Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another month, another edition of the Fire Cup number 7, the playoffs. I'm, of course, your side VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by my plushies, and by the people in the chat as well. Welcome, one and all, to your monthly CIS tournament. I do apologize, as yesterday I was just so out of it, so tired. It was a long day of casting yesterday. We had like 3, almost 4 casts in 20. There was a lot of StarCraft yesterday, and unfortunately we missed out on the group stage. Did make the decision at the time, after we did finish casting the StarCraft Evolution show matches, that I was going to get some rest, I was going to get some sleep, and be at 100% for the Tuna Cup. We just wrapped up, Tuna Cup has concluded, and now we are here with the Fire Grow Cup instead. Let's go, as we are jumping on in. And spawning in the right-hand corner of Frostline, we have the yellow Zerg player of the yellow Zerg. It is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the purple Terran player. We have the Platinum Heroes player. It is Nicoract. Here we go. We are jumping in. We are getting into our first TVZ of the night. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our initial best of 3. Whew. And again, if you are curious in the chat, happy. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. We'll be going over the bracket after we do wrap up with this series. For now, our attention is on our TVZ. This is a rematch. This is a repeat of a match that we did cover a couple of weeks ago at this point. Nicoract and Wayne, they face off in a best of 5 during the OSC Season of Championship, and we had a crazy result. We had a crazy run, and Nicoract caused a massive upset here. Coming into this tournament, I would pin Wayne as the favorite player to win it all even. I mean, Wayne, he's amazing at what he does, and he is last month's runner-up only to Skilless of all players. And despite that, Nicoract did bring him down in the best of 5, but here in the best of 3 in a shorter format. We'll see where this goes. Now again, I should emphasize that in the best of 5 went all the way to the ace match, went all the way to game 5. It was a very, very close back and forth between both Nicoract and Wayne. It was very tense. It could have gone either direction, so this is still not too clear cut, but I'm ready here for a repeat or either revenge as well. Again, we'll see if Wayne can redeem himself or if Nicoract can make it 2 series in a row. But now, Reaper is going to be zoned away. It's going to be a hatch gas full standard opener here at Wayne. Standard opener so far. Likewise, Nicoract across the map going for his own 3rd CC before Starport. Economic opener from our Terran player. Standard opener from our Zerg. So far, so good. So far, so good. As Nicoract does rotate between the bases, looking for a way in. And likewise, Nicoract, he's known for aggression. He's known for being a very aggressive player here in this matchup. At times, 2 base all-ins, 3 base all-ins, but aggression typically, not too often, one to just slow things down and go for a longer, later game. He's more known for, getting a drone kill. It's maybe not so much known for that, but known for being just hyper-aggressive in the face of his opponent. Does get 1 drone already. Very nice pickoff. And back across the map, that is going to be a second rack. It's going to be a 2-1-1, a 3cc, 2-1-1 at that. Let's go. Now with this kind of build, this tells me that the Hellion cannon is going to be quite low. We have 2 soon to be 4 Hellions, but only 4 Hellions into an add-on swap into a more heavy Marine count into that stim timing. 14 Marines typically alongside 2 medevacs and a handful of Hellions to move out across the map to apply pressure to hunt down Overlords and to hunt down potentially Queens as well. As the Reaper does dip in, going to be forced back by the Queens. Is going to be forced back. There's that add-on swap again, just a low Hellion count. Now, Nicoract, typically we cut Hellions at 2, but Nicoract is going to be going up to 4 Hellions instead, so a bit of a larger commitment here into the Hellion aggression. This is maybe to throw his opponent off. We can see Wayne does open up Roach though. Roach is going to be on the way. Hellions, they try to commit to the dive. Alas, going to be forced back. Lings are keeping up. So far, good trades from the Hellions. They have to respect the Queens, and they will retreat. Hellions, they pull back for the time being. To pull away. Picking up a tumor. And falling back. Likewise, across the map, there's that setup. Overlord does confirm with Big Scat here for Wayne. He gets eyes on the 2-on-1. He does confirm the add-ons as well. Wayne knows what's coming his way. He knows to make roaches. He knows not to be ultra greedy. He knows not to cut corners and to be ready for the drop to come. For now, Wayne, he's droning up while he can. Again, there's not too many Hellions to really punish him. It's only until the medevacs arrive that you have to focus on the army production. For the time being, I don't see any roaches, just 11 links for the time being. Here we go, Nicoract is soon to move out. There it is, 14 Marines. And now we need roaches. Roaches, they are going to be required here. 3 roaches on the way, not too many. Roach count is still quite low. Roach count is still building up, which means there's potential for damage. Ling does barely miss the drop. And then the Mighty Queens, they do rotate in time. Yeah, they rotate over. Marines, they drop in. But the Roaches and Queens are here. And without Wayne, he does defend. He does hold. So far, so good. He's keeping up. At the same time, Lings, they get across the map. There are Hellions to defend. Nicoract, he holds. Does hold. He wants a Queen. Stims in. Gets one. Ooh, barely gets one. He wants another. Gets the second Queen as well. Nice pickoffs. Nicoract, he pulls away. 2 Queens, not a bad start. From here, building up towards 1-1 upgrades, Raxes are being thrown down alongside them. So far, a 5 rack setup. 5 Raxes. Natural is underway. As Wayne even getting a safety infestor and rushing into a hive. That I was not expecting. Okay. Wayne taking up in a bit of a different direction here. So it does start with roaches to defend, but is not investing into range upgrades. Banelings into melee, I would imagine. This looks like Roach Ravager initially into Ultra. I'm imagining Ultra here just because of the Baneling Nest and because I'm expecting +1 melee to be researched as well. I'm expecting melee upgrades. Till then, Nicoract does move out. Yep, there it is. Melee's on the way, so this should be Ultras. But last takes some time to really get underway. There's our first Infestor. There's the Fungal. There is that Fungal. Nicoract, oh, gonna be force back. Simming once again, gets one Ravager. Not bad. Oh my god. Gets a Ravager. Avoids the Biles. Nicoract building up back at home. What do we see? We see a 4th CC. Nicoract, he actually is macroing up. He's going for a 4th. Going for a 4th base, getting a 2nd factory, throwing down extra gases. Nicoract, he is building up towards a longer game state. He's not going for the all-in. Likewise, scans, and he does confirm the hive, and he does spot that Ultra Cavern. As you mentioned, the Baneling Nest and the melee upgrade did scream Ultras. Ultras are going to be on the way, but they will be, they won't have the best upgrades here. Because they're rushing into Ultras, the upgrades are going to be lacking. Going to be a little bit lacking. But at least Nicoract, he knows to get ready with Ghosts. He's aware of what comes next. Is aware. Stims in, catches the Ravagers. He gets one, he gets 3. 3 Ravagers going down, gets the final Ravager as well. Very nice catch. Oh my god, Wayne is in trouble. No Banelings. 0 Banelings here to defend. He has 1 in Fungal. But the Fungal connects, but doesn't matter. Yeah, the Marines, they just stand and deliver. They do not care. Another Fungal would connect though. Oh my god, a lot of Marines are going down. But despite that, Fungals are not good enough. Yeah, the base is going to fall. The mineral line as well. And before the Ultras can come online, the game may just end. As Wayne, he plummets in supply. That's going to be 18 dead workers. 18 workers. Failing speed just began. Oh god, it's so late. Yeah, it's far too late here. Far too delayed. Rushing into Ultras was a bold move and was not worth it. Banelings, they roll on forward. There's Abduction, Blinding Clouds. And it's not going to be good enough. As from here we can stim, we can win. And Nicoract, he breaks through the defensive line of Roaches. Every Roach going to be falling. GG gets called, and Nicoract will take game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Nicoract does take a lead in the series here. And again, Wayne, I would say, especially coming into the months of coming into this event, so the months leading up to it, I would say is favored here. I still stand by that. Remember, last month, Wayne, he was the runner-up of 5 Grow Cup number 6, second only to Skillus. But alas, here he is struggling. I say here, recently he has been struggling. Nicoract, he took down Wayne in the OC Season 12 Championship, took him down in a best of 5. Here he's up 1-0. And does he claim the series 2-0? Does he win here and now? The pressure is on. Again, I'm hoping that we get an ace match at least, but the pressure is on the Zurich player. And here we go, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Abyssal Reef. We have the yellow Zurich player down in the series. And he has to fight back here. And now if he wants that ace match, it is Wayne. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as well, we have the purple Protoss, the purple Terran player, the purple Terran for the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicoract. Let us go. Ooh, okay, when it comes to the format here, again, we have 8 players. We have 8 players. We're here in the quarterfinals, and it is double elimination. So even if one of our players does fall here, do not worry, do not fret, because they will have another chance to recover, to bounce back, and to fight their way through that lower bracket. But the pressure is going to be on, and they will not have that safety net to protect them. They will not have it. As for now, we are moving out. Going to be moving out. So far, Hashgas Pool, standard opener here by Wayne, nothing too crazy. And welcome one and all to Abyssal Reef. It's been a while, it's been a long time since we've actually casted on Abyssal. A lot of events nowadays do get rid of it, but it is refreshing to see it every now and then, I suppose. And it is one of the larger maps of the map pool. It's a very large map, longer rush distance by ground. Is a longer rush distance. And as a result, we do see a lot of late game. We see a lot of late game here on Abyssal Reef. Nicoract already showing us that he's willing to embrace a longer later game in that previous game, because remember, he was not all in. Nicoract, he was gearing up towards a 4th CC. So we had our 2nd factory, we had our 5th and 6th gas geyser as well. He was gearing up towards a longer game state. It was Wayne that was being too greedy, was caught with his pants down. But again, we'll see if Nicoract does embrace that longer game state or something more aggressive. Here we go. As that is a 2nd Rax. Let's go. This is the Wayne. This is the Nicoract that I know and love. Here we go. We have a 2nd Rax on the way. This looks like the beginning of a 2-on-1. This could even be something like a 3 Rax or even a 4 Rax. How many Raxes? Okay, there we go. Factory. So 2-on-1 setup here by Nicoract. Much more aggressive, much more assertive here. This is going to hit harder. It's going to hit faster. The question becomes, can he keep this build hidden? As Wayne does have an Overlord in position to scout for the main. He has an Overlord on the right, nothing here towards the left, and we'll see if he can confirm what's going on. That's what this will come down to. If Wayne can scout. If he does scout, then he knows when to gut workers and when to produce army to be ready for the timing. Similarly, last game, if you remember, he was in position for the 3cc 2-on-1. He was ready for it. And part of that was because he scouted. So he was aware of what was coming. Sunday, Nicoract, picks up a Ling. Ling goes down. Here comes that starport. Stim is on the way into an add-on swap into 16 Marines into the early drop. Now, the difference here compared to game 1 is that this does hit a minute sooner. Remember, last game it was a 3rd CC before starport and before 2nd Rax. This time there is no 3rd CC. This is much more aggressive. This is much more assertive. This hits sooner. This hits faster. And if Wayne's not careful, he's going to be caught with his pants down again. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hello again. Oh, share my papi. Share my. Good to see you. Good to see you, papi. Hope you're doing well. As yes, this is our 2nd broadcast of the evening. We were live earlier this morning, actually, with the StarCraft Evolution show match. then earlier today with the Sparkling Tuna Cup, and now we're here with the Fire Grow Cup. The StarCraft continues, Pappy. Continues. Let's go. You know, here comes that 2-1-1. Does boost across the map. Third CC behind this. Another 2-base all in. And Stim will finish just in time for this push. And Wayne, he never really scouted. He's aware that there's no Hellions, though. The Black Hellions is a tell. But Wayne has been droning. He has been droning. He has how many queens? So far, 7 queens. Yeah, the queens are getting in position. There we go. 8 lings on the way. Does need those lings. Creeper's going to be denied. And Nicoract, he wants a queen. So far, Clutch he gets one. Takes down 1 queen. Going for the other. Won't be able to get it. Does actually. 2 queens going down. Oh, wants a third. And he's going to get it as well. 3 queen kills. Very nicely done. Bleeds out a couple of Marines, but that is worth it here for Nicoract. Shaving off 3 queens, the lings, and the creep. As creep is receding. Nicoract pulls away. Behind this, working towards 1-1 upgrades, building up more bio, and soon expanding and taking the third. Not an all-in, just a strong timing, and did trade well. So a good start for Nicoract. Does rotate over. And we'll see if he can find some economic damage. Now catching the active tumors. Oh! Forced to pick up. Forced to pull away. Wayne did triple expand, getting his third, his fourth, and his fifth. Building up into 1-1 upgrades into Lingbane. And this time there's no roaches. This time there's no like crazy rush into infestation bits. No crazy rush into hive, into ultras. This is more standard. I say standard, this is also more greedy here. Oh! Lings, they come in. And they try to collapse on the army. They will trade well here. Yeah, Marines, sorry, Lings, they trade well against the Marines. Marines going down, catching a tank as well. Ooh, and this will delay the move out quite heavily, actually. This was supposed to be a 7-minute timing. And now Nicoract, he's stuck at home. He lost the tank, the other's half HP. Only drop plate. Oh, nice catch. Takes down the Lings. Very nice catch at Nicoract. Will move out. Wayne going for another Ling run by here at the third. Tank's looking a bit exposed. We do need more Marines. Likewise, rotating over. Lings, they hit the mineral line. 4 SCVs go down. Not bad. Nicoract forced to lift. Wayne, he's holding on. He's holding, he's droning, getting up to 4-base saturation. 71 drones so far, up to 79, up to 80. It's getting to 80 workers. He's reaching his final form. We spoke about this, but this map is much larger, much more defendable. We see a little late game here on Abyssal Reef, and we are getting to that point. And Wayne is playing Lingbane Hydra. Hydras are on the way. No rushing into Hive Tech. Nicoract push. Setting up for a split move out. Denies more creep. Oh! And will pick up in time. Whew. Pulls away. Likewise pushing towards the fourth. Sniping active tumors. And slows the opponent down. Getting a free Hydra. Gets one, gets two. Catches out 2 Hydras. Very nice catch here from our Terran. Backs up, 4th TC, double gases. Nicoract, he's gearing up towards a longer game once again. Despite the aggressive start, just like the last game, is gearing up towards 4-base saturation. Okay. Again, a bit of a different side here from Nicoract. Here moves out. Being active. Getting and securing his 4th base. Meanwhile, Wayne is now working towards his Hive. Get a much more standard timing with the Hive, as opposed to the previous game. And from here, can start working towards the Lurker Tech. But yeah, there, as if on cue, there's a Lurker den. So Lingbane Hydra into Lurker Viper should be the go-to. And this should also force out Liberators and Ghosts. A higher tech army out of the Terran. But we're not there yet. There's still a window in time where Mass Marine is still quite, I said vulnerable, quite effective. We're a little bit, we'll be okay. we're a little bit fatigued, but we'll make it, we'll make it. Don't worry, don't worry. It's all good. It's all good. Let's see, we go. Nicoract is pushing. Oh my god. Catching other Banelings. Banelings get caught. Hydra's off a creep as well. Ooh, no Hydra speed. Hydra speed was not researched. Getting caught out. Here we go, tanks, they will siege, and likewise Wayne, he does commit. Yeah, takes down two of the tanks instantly. Nice free spread here by Nicoract, shuts down the Lingbane. Ooh, only one tank left though. Yeah, just one tank survives. Barely a backbone left to this army. Nicoract trying to move in. If he had 3 more or 2 more tanks, then he could. Gets an expansion. Nicoract once again pulling away. Takes down the Baneling, sims on in. And there's not much left here. A handful of Banelings remain. Can Wayne hold on? Once again, the split spot. Oh my god. Nicoract. Let's go. Does split well. But doesn't quite have enough to keep pushing. The Vipers have arrived. They're here for the abductions, for the yoinks. They're here for the tank. And alas, there's only the one. Yeah, just one tank. Lings they put in. There's a blinding cloud. Tank does help buffer. The last is just not enough fire here. Ling Hydra collapsing in, and there is enough Zerg. Wayne, he will hold. He will hold. He shuts down the main army, forces back Nicoract, losing momentum, and he has to retreat. Does have to retreat. Wayne barely holding on here. I believe he did preserve the Vipers. Yep, Vipers are still alive, and now we can morph into Lurkers. There they come. 3, 4 Lurkers on the way. And I worry for Nicoract as he's not ready. He's not ready for the Lurker tech. He does have a Ghost Academy, thankfully. Ghost Academy is done, but no Ghosts, not yet. And he needs those snipes. Scans at a time, spots the Lurkers. Now he's aware. He's aware. Things they collapse in. They catch one of the tanks. Oh, Vipers Victorious gets both. Oh my god. Both Vipers will go down. They do abduct in time though. Did abduct. Nicoract force back. Force to pull away. Drones falling in the main. Not bad. Getting 2 workers and some lava. Distracting Wayne. And giving Nicoract time. Just trying to buy time, rotating around, going for another fresh mining base. But the armies, they pass by each other. Oh. Wayne turning back around. Ghosts are in production. Nidus does finish here at the natural. Nicoract not quite paying attention. Does hold on the front lines, but the Lurkers, they burrow. They get into the mineral line. SCVs are going down. Oh my god. Yeah, brutal damage here. 18 SCV kills, insane damage. Now we get Nidus into the main as well. Nicoract doesn't quite notice either. Has attention elsewhere. There we go. Does peel off some Marines. Another Lurker does arrive. Oh god. And Wayne is out of position, just being pulled apart left and right. Oh my god. Lurkers, they do burrow in. And Nicoract can just kind of push up this ramp. It's not going to happen. Spine shots going up. Snipes on the Hydras. The Lurkers, they maintain the position. They maintain the high ground. Nicoract cut off from his own base. Planetary under fire. Likewise, Nidus does finish in the main as well. Nicoract just getting pulled apart. Just having a hard time keeping up here. More Nidus Worms. Oh my god. A rough trade for Nicoract. Cleans up all the lurkers, just barely. But not a clean trade. Thankfully, no lurkers in the main. Thankfully. Could have been so much worse. Oh no. Oh, as we need another scan. We need a scan, and we don't have it. Yeah, no scan available. Army gets punished. Nidus into the main. Here comes the main force. Here comes Wayne, maxed out. Ling Bane Lurker. And he's barely holding on here. But he's out of position. The space, it should not survive. Planetary goes down. As they pull away. Within range here of these freedom zones, that's respected. Oh my god. A couple of lurkers left behind. But Wayne is so comfortable behind this. He has so many bases, 4, 5, 6 bases on the way. He is safe and sound. Now, Nicoract does have a larger army, and he might be forced into an all-in here. That might be his only play. Like, the SV count is very low. He doesn't really have much sustain left over here in this army, or back at home. Lurkers moving in. Nice, they shut down one of the lurkers. Bailey's crashed forward though. Let's put they were not ideal. Nicoract forcing his way through. Catching out some of the banelings. Where the lurkers, there aren't any lurkers left. Likewise, barely any fire. And Wayne he holds. He shuts down the tanks at the same time across the map. 10 more SV kills. Ah, no. 10 more CVs, and Nicoract, he's burned through his bank, he burned through his main army. Down to 100 supply. And Wayne looking comfortable. Very comfortable here. Just maxing out on Ling Bane Hydra. GG gets called as Wayne will overwhelm, and we are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. We're going all the way to game 3. Again, an intense series here. Oh god, I'm showing the wrong lobby. But intense series here, intense back and forth between Nicoract and Wayne. I'm happy that we're seeing a game 3. That's all I ever wanted. But we'll see where this leads us. We'll see where this takes us. As game 3 is going to be on Amygdala. One of the larger maps in the map pool. Is a large map. Not as large nor as defendable as Abyssal Reef. I will emphasize that at least. But still a lot of still quite defendable, still a lot of bases to take as well, and we often see a lot of later games here on Amygdala. I do believe that if Nicoract did want to be more assertive, then he can do so on this map. We saw this game that we had a 2-on-1, which was quite successful by Nicoract, sniping 3 queens and denying a lot of tumors. We could see something similar, we could see something even more assertive here. So far this series, like, Wayne has been relatively macro-based, which I've been surprised by. Not really what he's known for, but it's great to see him excel and have success with this style as well. He's growing as a player. Crazy, crazy. Here we go. We're getting into the ace match. Oh. On fire, Pappy, on fire. But here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the yellow Zerg player. We have the yellow Zerg himself tying up the series 1-1. The favorite player here in the entire event, but struggling actually a little bit here. We'll see if he can recover. It is Wayne. See if he can go the distance. So spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the purple Terran player. Representing the Platinum Heroes being forced into the ace match, it is Nicoract. Let's go. As Nicoract, he has been varying it up here. Game 1, remember, 3 CC 2-on-1 in Game 1. Game 2, we had a more standard or more straight up 2-on-1 instead. Both builds very biocentric, very aggressive in their own way. Very assertive, maybe a better way of putting it. And we'll see what Nicoract does fall back on. Sorry, just stretching. Just stretching. We're good. Alright, good to go. So far, we did have a 15 hatch opener here by Wayne, but for the most part, hatch gas pool. Hatch gas pool, nothing too crazy out of our two players here. Actually, earlier spawning pool here from Wayne. With this, we'll see if we do embrace earlier link production into earlier aggression. But now, just queens. Queens are on the way and joining up. So nothing too crazy. Just settling in. Just settling in. Really, my eyes are going to be on our Terran player here. My eyes are going to be on Nicoract. Do we embrace something before the third CC? Do we go for a faster max again? Do we go for a faster tech? Do we delay the expansion? Do we commit? As Reaper gets across the map. Oh. Going for the mineral line. Doesn't quite get much done though. Meanwhile, speaking of rushing into early tech, oh my god, that is a 240. That is a 235 actually lair timing. Ay. Very early lair timing here from Wayne is insane. And with a fast lair, I mean, what could this be? It's a couple of different things. I don't see overlord speed. No overlord speed yet. If there's no overlord speed, then this could be a Link Queen Nidus all in. That's the first thing popping into my mind. This could be extra gases into 2-base Muta, but I don't see any extra. Never mind. We have one extra gas here in the main. Do we go for gases at the natural? Do we commit into 2-base Muta? It'd be risky. It'd be bold. And across the map, it's going to be a 3cc 2-on-1. This build here from Nicoract can punish 2-base Muta. Link speed has just begun. It's going to be Muta play. It's going to be the Spire. Show us what you got. Link speed gets cancelled. We have the resources. Show us the Spire. Where is it? There it is. Spire here at the natural. 2 more gases being taken. This is so insanely greedy, by the way. For Wayne, incredibly greedy. Skipping Link speed, rushing into the lair, rushing into the Spire. And now, if this was a regular 2-on-1, this could end the game. Straight up. Just it would have actually ended the game. Because it's a more delayed timing, because it's a third TC first, this I'm not so certain of. This means that there is a chance here that the queen count will get high enough and that Wayne can survive with queens and slow links. It's not going to be easy, but he could try to pull this off. Hellions, they came the production. They came the mineral line. 2 drones going down. Nicely done. Good start here for Nicoract. Yeah, the Spire is finishing. This sim timing, it's going to be hitting a little bit too late. Despite that, there's still going to be a lot of Marines. True. And if Nicoract can counterattack, then he can get damage done. The problem is, though, that these mutas are designed to keep Nicoract busy at home. Hellions, they poke in. He confirms that there is no saturation, that something is wrong. He hasn't seen the lair, he didn't scout the main base, but he knows that something is amiss, and he might just commit. Yeah, no speed. That's a massive tell. No Link speed here. Lings, they get roasted. He gets behind the middle line, he spots the Spire. Now he knows. Now he knows what's going on. Damage is being done. Gets a handful of drones. Not bad. That's going to be 4 worker kills, 5 worker kills even. And the mutas are revealed. Mutas have been revealed. So far, good damage here from Nicoract. Wayne's still struggling to join up. And back at home, what do we have to defend? We have a good chunk of Marines. Cyclones on the way. E-base still in production, working towards those turrets. As mutas, they rotate. So we rotate. Likewise, there are plenty of Marines. They're all in position. Up! Oh my god. Coming in for a flank. They shut down one of the mutas. Muta does go down. Thanks, flooding in. Not enough Marines. I'll pick up. But these Mutas, they're not really threatening Nicoract. Nicoract, he's so far perfectly safe and sound. Did I speak too soon? I'm catching reinforcements. 3 Marine kills. It all does add up over time. Takes down 3 Marines. And Wayne's not droning. Wayne is all in. He's going all in here. No drones, no saturation. Mass Ling, mass Muta. And we'll see if he can break Nicoract. Ooh, that's a lot of Mutas going down. Lings, they go for the dive. Plus 1 melee is done. They're going for the surround. And they catch out a good chunk of Marines. The boys are going to have to be pulled. They're kiting all the way back into the mineral line. More reinforcements getting picked up. And there we go. The boys are pulled. So far, Nicoract, he's holding on. I spoke too soon. And the boys are not here. Marines get surrounded. And with that, Wayne, has he done it? He may have. The Marine count is almost non-existent. More SCVs are falling. Whole position micro. And SCVs are going down. GG. Wayne, he does pull it off. Does snowball out of control. And Wayne will take the series at 2-1. GG. Wayne, he was forced into the all-in, and unfortunately, there was no bunker, there was no SimCity. There was no SimCity there for Nicoract. If he did have a wall-off, if he was more aware that there was an all-in coming, if he knew that there was no drones, then I feel like Nicoract wins. 100%. Nicoract, he plays more defensively, he plays more conservative, he does wall up, and he defends on 2 bases. That's all he needed to do, but he didn't know that. He didn't know how committed and how aggressive Wayne was. With that, GG. GG well played. Wayne will take the series 2-0, and Wayne will advance on into the next round. Oh boy. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is time to !B. Let's head on over here to the bracket. Let's catch up on what has been going on and catch up with the format of the tournament as well. Here we go. So yesterday was the group stage. Unfortunately, we weren't able to cast it live ourselves. We were otherwise asleep. Well, we were casting technically, then we did pass out. But alas, we do have the playoffs here tonight. The group stage is over, and we have our top 8. We have our top 8 players. We have Art, we have DefMars, we have Wayne, Nicoract, GgMaChine, MilkiCow, YoungYakov, and Power. Oh boy, we have our top 8 players, and results are coming in. Results are coming in. Now, when it comes to our top 8, as you can see, double elimination. Double elimination here. We have best of 3s for the most part. Best of 3s all the way through. Upper bracket finals is a best of 5. Lower bracket finals also a best of 5. And the grand finals is a best of 7. But until then, we are going to be focusing on those best of 3s. And alas, it looks like we have our next series. We have our next opponent. It is going to be Wayne versus Art in the next round in a ZVP. Meanwhile, if you're a fan of Nicoract, do not worry, he's still in the tournament. He's still in the event. We can still see more of Nicoract here in the coming broadcast as he is knocked down to face off against DefMars in the lower bracket. And I do favor Nicoract. Like 100%, I would not be surprised if we see more of Nicoract in the coming rounds. I hope we're able to catch up with him in the lower bracket. For now, though, we're going to be focusing on the upper bracket, Art versus Wayne, into the upper bracket finals. That is where our attention does lie. Meanwhile, GgMaChine, MilkiCow is still ongoing. Likewise, YoungYakov and Power as well. All still mid-series. As vetoes are underway. We're getting into our vetoes. Just catching up with the chat. Looks like we're messing around with a new command with stream elements when it comes to watch time. Unfortunately, it looks like it's broken. So, bear that in mind, unfortunately. Yeah, the watch time command is not working as intended. Clearly, this channel's an illusion, and Light is hallucinating the tournament. True. It looks like our players need some time. They need some time here to gather their thoughts, to take a breath, take a moment, and get ready here for those vetoes. Looks like we just... Oh my god, Power takes down YoungYakov. Not the first time that's happened, by the way. Oh my god. So Power will claim the series. I believe that's a 2-0. Yep, 2-0 in favor of Power. It's a big win. That's a strong result. and we're just waiting on GgMaChine and MilkiCow. But again, for now, we're going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have Wayne and Art. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, I hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OSC as we have returned. We have returned with our upper semifinals match. Here we go. Whew, again, we just covered Wayne taking down Nicoract, and now we are here with our next series here, our upper bracket finals, of course. I'm sorry, upper bracket semifinals with our ZVP. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of, bottom right-hand corner of Wizards of Gold, we have our blue Protoss player. Not the Polish Protoss, someone very different. It is Art. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the yellow Zerg player. Just look down Nicoract. Can he do the same? He is the favorite player to win the entire event. It is Wayne. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. Whew, as we do settle in. Let us go. Also, shout out to our two players here for, of course, repping the Ukrainian colors. It does happen quite often when some of our players in the CIS region do face off. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. As we are jumping in. And again, best of luck with those predictions. Coming into this, I would have said that Wayne, he was the heavy favorite here to potentially win it all, but already showing weakness here. Nicoract to force him to the ace match was a big win. I mean, and I'll be honest, Nicoract, he almost took him down. He almost brought him down here 2-1 himself. Nicoract came so close. We'll see how Art compares as well. We shall see. So now we do have our gate expand and decide, of course, standard opener out of Art. Likewise, Wayne opening up with his own standard opener as well. Nothing too crazy, nothing too wild early on. No, not yet. And from here, I'll be honest, I just haven't seen too much of Art as of late. All I know from Art in most recent times is that he has some crazy upsets. It's one of those things where, like, every couple of weeks or even every Fire Cup, Art, he just pops off and he brings down some otherwise favored players. In most recent memory, Art, he took down Shameless in a crazy win and a crazy result in our own tournament in Sparkling Tuna Cup. Again, Shameless I do rate quite highly here, so for Art to bring him down was a big win. We'll see how he compares to Wayne. Again, Art has been around for a very long time, one of the older players in the scene, in the region. We'll see how he compares. We shall see. So for now, Art, he does pull back. Going for a Stargate opener himself. Stargate play out of our Protoss. Into most likely Oracle. We could open a Void Ray, true. Void Ray is also an option. I mean, a Void Ray opener is more designed to hide information, to try and deny some vision, deny scouting, and to hide some tech. Otherwise, Oracle, just a more standard way to just open up and more securely stabilize into our economy. We'll see what it's going to be. Likewise, welcome one and all to Whispers of Gold. Whispers of Gold being one of the more aggressive maps in the map pool. Very small map, short rush distance by ground, known for aggression, known for more assertive builds. And I do typically favor Zerg players on this map, especially players like Wayne, who are more than willing to go for an all-in. I mean, hey, we saw that even last series against Nicoract. For now, Oracle. Oracle is on the way, making his way across the map. See what he can get done. Likewise, Art's getting in position to expand, going for his third. And Wayne has no major signs of aggression yet. So far, he's just droning up, keeping up with the Oracles. We have our queens in position, 3 queens at the third. Oh, does pull away in time, and is going for the early Evo Chamber. And this should be for plus on melee. Should be for melee, should be for Ling Hydra. That's the Oracle. Ooh, doesn't really get much done. Forces out a Spore. And only a Spore. And there it is. Yeah, melee upgrades, as we did mention. Typically, melee means that we are skipping roaches. There's no roach warren currently, and we might go for a safety Baneling Nest. Outside of that should just be mass ling into hydras. Plus on melee just allows lings to be more effective, and it allows you to skip something like a roach warren, increasing the effectiveness and just allowing you to be a little bit greedier here, preserving your gas in favor of lair tech and hydras. But that is an earlier Baneling Nest, so again, really safe play here. Very often players that will skip not just the roach warren but the Baneling Nest as well. Here Wayne is embracing it. This could be for something more aggressive though, something more sinister. Oh, Oracle takes a lot of hits, does get eyes on the Eva chamber, but does not get eyes on the Baneling Nest. And that's 20 lings on the way. Wayne cutting worker production here at 51. That is going to be just under 3-base saturation, but no gases at the natural, no gases at the third base, no lair. It's an all-in. He's going for a Bane Bust. He's going for a massive Ling Flood Bane Bust. No lair this late in the game is crazy. At almost the 6-minute mark. And he's not turning up. Not turning up, not taking gases. And one way or another, the game is about to end. And we did mention it here on Whistles of Gold, aggression is favored. The reason why I say that isn't just how small the map is, but how indefendable the 3rd and 4th are. These two bases are very difficult to defend, as SimCity, the terrain just not working with you. And as Art moves out, Wayne moves in. Here come the Banelings. Flooding on forward, gets us around. Oracle's a help, but Lings, they prove to be too much. They will still overwhelm. That shuts down the main army. From here can move out across the map. Heading over towards that 3rd. Stalkers are in position. Banelings, they knock down the pylon. Pylon does fall, more lings, they flood in. They get us around, oracles will help us, stalkers are falling. That's gonna be 2 stalker kills. I say 2, getting to 3, 4, 5, every single stalker. And the probes are after. Oh my god. Just brutal damage. And I just wasn't ready for this. He didn't notice. He didn't notice there was no saturation. Now gases are being taken, and now Wayne he's taking up the lair. The lair is now done. Roach Warren has been thrown down. Wayne, has he done enough damage? He did not kill the 3rd. Bear that in mind. Didn't kill the 3rd base. A lot of workers were saved. Art, he can still bounce back. It's still a really rough position to be in. He's still, lost a lot of workers, but he does have Storm on the way. Like, tech-wise, he has a lot to work with. He has +1, he has Storm, he has Blink. He's walling up. Art is still in this game. He's still in this game. As the triple Oracle moves out. Oh, does move out. Catching out 6 drones. 1 Oracle will fall. Good target break. Oh no! Oh my god, that 2nd Oracle goes down. That is not as worth it. 9 drone kills is good, but alas, for 2 Oracles, suddenly not as worth it. Down to 1. Oracles, they provide so much utility here throughout the course of the game when it comes to supporting the Stalkers, defending back at home, scouting as well, stasis traps, pulsar beams. Suddenly down to 1. Suddenly down to 1 Oracle. But Art is expanding, and so far building up his energy. He's got his Storm, he's got his High Templar. Wayne draining up to 80, and he's gearing up and getting ready for the 2nd wave of aggression. No tech though. What I mean by that, no Hydrogen, no Infestation Pit. Oh, sorry, Infestation Pit is just down the way, but no Hydrogen, no Lurker Den. Just purely Ling Roach Ravager. Ling Bane Roach Ravager. So very lair-centric composition. Is a lair tech army, and Wayne, he should be the first to max. The question becomes, can Art defend? I mean, Storms are going to be a big factor. They're going to be a big factor here in this defense, so it's not going to be impossible. Not impossible to hold. Going to be reinforcing, rotating over towards the left hand side. Does find the expansion. Wayne trying to respond. And this is on trying to. Art's knocking down the expansion. Takes down the hatchery. Wayne coming in for the surround. He's going for that Templar. Getting a crash in. Oh, he gets 3. 3 at Templar go down. 2 left. Aye. Storm's popping up. There's 1 storm remaining. And it's not going to be good enough. Wayne, he surrounds the army. He locks it down. Yeah, the Stalkers are falling one after the other. No more storms. GG gets called. And Wayne will take game number 1. GG. Wayne does take a lead in the series. And again, hyper aggression here. Wayne initially cutting workers at 2 base saturation. He does not take the gases into a massive Link Flood, Link Bane bust even. From there, did some critical damage. Art did survive, but in the aftermath, we saw that Art, he wasn't quite able to fully recover here. We saw him move out, which is exactly what Wayne wanted. Wayne, he was maxing out on a Lair Tech army. He was hoping to fight out in the open, not fight a defensive Protoss who's walling up with stasis traps, with Sim City, with cannons, with gateways, with shield batteries. Oh, we had none of that. None of that came into play. Wayne, he fought out in the open. GG. GG, well played. Wayne, he will take a lead. And we'll see if he can take the 2-0. The pressure is now on Art as we load into ley lines. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the yellow Zerg player, with the yellow Zerg leading the series 1-0. 1 game away from advancing on into the next round. It is Wayne. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player. The blue Protoss down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Art. We go. So we are going to be settling in. And on the one hand, Wayne was hyper-aggressive last game, and I mean, he was very successful with his aggression, but that was also on a much more aggressive map, on Whispers of Gold, which is the most aggressive map in the current map pool. So from here moving forward, I would say that RT has a greater chance to be more successful defensively, to defend on 3 bases, on 4 bases as well, and gear up towards the mid game. If that's what Art wants, I think that he will have an advantage getting into that. At the same time though, ley lines, I mean, it isn't the largest of maps. This isn't an Abyssal Reef, this isn't a Neon Violet Square. Ley lines is still relatively small, and we do have our proxy hatch across the map. Oh boy. Now, on the one hand, this map is still more defendable than Whispers of Gold, don't get me wrong, but still aggression can be favored, or aggression can still work, I should say. But now going for the hatch block. And this will delay the expansion. Now, this is not to rush, this is not to all in, this is not to be hyper aggressive, this is only to delay the economy of the Protoss. So don't get this twisted. I know it's exciting seeing the hatchery being thrown down. It's like, oh, he's crazy, he's gonna like Link Flood or something. No. There's no Link Flood, there's no aggression. We're droning up back at home, taking our spawning pool, our gases, of course. Like Wayne is building up. Wayne is chilling. Wayne is droning. Likewise, one Zealot has a lot of work to do. Second Zealot has arrived. And the expansion will be dealt with. There's a cancel. Does force cancellation. From here, Art can finally expand. Going for another. Oh my, he's going for the 1 base all in. He's crazy. Jesus. He's going for a 1 base all in. He throws down. Now, this is the tell. Drone Scout into the main, sees 1 extra gateway. Seeing this 1 gateway here is crazy, because this will mean, I mean, these resources should have been spent on a base. There is no base. There's a gateway instead, which means there's a chance there's going to be a proxy as well. And he's checking, he's scouting. Wayne, he will find the proxy pylon, the proxy gateway, and he can focus this down. And what can Art do? Like, Art, he can't just expand from here. It's too late. He has to commit. Second pylons on the way. Zealots have arrived. Adept as well. Can they save the proxy? They can. Proxy's getting up and running. Alas, at least Wayne knows what's happening. He at least is aware. Third base under fire. And Wayne is waiting for Link Speed. Link Speed is still on the way. Art taking him into a Twilight Council behind this, into Glaives. maybe even DTs. But now it's trying to get on top of that third. Dishing out a lot of damage. Yeah, link speed is done. Comes in with a surround. Last more adepts do warp in. And Wayne does get one adept and get one zealot. But still, that's a lot of adepts. Warping in 4 at a time. Links across the map. They do try to break down that front door. Links engage. They get one adept. The others, they commit. He commits into the middle line. Gets one. Gets 2 drones. Very nice damage. Drone count was low to begin with. And Wayne is in a bit of trouble here. Cleaning up the adepts. Means they hold their own. It's the final adept going down. And Wayne, he's going for the gateway. He's going to knock it down as well. Knocks down one gate. Still a lot of adepts. Glaives are on the way. Glaive adepts or glaives are in production. Hatchery taking a lot of damage. Wayne's still on just a very low drone count. Wayne can't quite fully engage. Just going for once again another run by. There's no gateway. Sorry, there's no stalker, no adept back at home. I mean, glaives are still a ways off. They flood in. They take down the gateway. Gateway does fall. Lings, they're going for the pylons. Oh. They're going for the pylons. They're going to get them as well. Where's the warp in? Where are the reinforcements? Back at home. They're back at home. Gateway's depowered. Supply blocking art. The longer this goes on, the worse it is for our Protoss player here. It's getting worse. That's moving in. Getting a lot of damage on here on the expansion. Waiting counterattacks, gets us around. Takes down 3. 3 at FC4. Once again, trying to knock down that wall. Art does get the expansion. True. Does get the base. You see Wayne attempting to run back home. Surrounds the adepts with these tries to. Some brutal Sim City though. It's some brutal terrain. Lings, they collapse on the proxy. Oof, and we do see Art trading very efficiently here. Forces the recall. I mean, despite how efficient he's been, forces the recall back home. Gateway does fall, and back at home, can he defend? Can he hold? Can he transition? There's still no Nexus. Still completely all in. And the longer this goes on, the better it is for Wayne. Let me get spotted. Oof, another surround. He gets surrounded. And that's going to be it. That's going to be game. GG gets called. Wayne, he catches out Art. He did force the one base all in. He scouted more importantly. And with that, Wayne will take the 2-0. GG. GG, well played, Wayne. He will claim the series 2-0. Will advance on into the next round. And with that, is waiting in the upper bracket finals. Now, already, it's gonna be a long broadcast. It's gonna be a long one. What do I mean by that? Well, switching our scenes over here towards our brackets. We have some updates. Do have some updates here. Alas, Wayne, he does advance on. He's waiting for the winner of Power, MilkiCow, and GgMaChine, as the first round has not concluded. The first round is not done. Most likely, GgMaChine and MilkiCow, they're in the ace match, and they just wrapped up their game, which means up next, we should be having a fresh series of Team Power and the winner of MilkiCow and GgMaChine. Oh boy. So we do have the next semifinals ready for us. We're about to get an update. About to get that update between GgMaChine. This is really when we find out they only played at 2 games, and we're gonna get an ace match or something. No. They did begin late, though, to be fair. They did begin a little bit later. No shot. As, yeah, we are waiting for those updates here. We might have some downtime. I will say that, as it looks like they may have just jumped into the... God damn it. No shot. Are they going into the ace match? Oh my god. But yeah, MilkiCow and GgMaChine, it looks like they just wrapped up their game and they are jumping right back in, which is understandable. It's possible. It looks like they're still mid-series. Still mid-series. So we have some downtime. GgMaChine and MilkiCow still facing off against each other when they... Oh, wait. No, they just wrapped up. Oh. Okay, they did wrap up, and MilkiCow does take down GgMaChine 2-1, and now he's up against Power in the next round. Okay, makes more sense. He's up against Power, and they are mid-series. Okay. Our mid-series here, and we will be waiting for them to wrap up. Or jump into game 2, game 3. That's the plan. So my mistake, I was a little bit, I wasn't fully aware as to what was going on. It's all good. So we have some downtime. Meanwhile, GgMaChine is up against YoungYakov in the lower bracket. We have Demar's still up against, Defmar is still up against Nicoract in the lower bracket as well. So, no one has been eliminated yet, but the first round has concluded, and we are working our way through the bracket here. Working our way through our matches. All good. And that does mean that we have some downtime. And that means it's time to make some coffee. God. It's 3 a.m., Pappy. It's 3 a.m. So we'll have to get energized and get ready for the matches to come. For now, we're going to be going on that break. When we come back, we'll have some more StarCraft. Either jumping into MilkiCow versus Power mid-series, or the winner versus Wayne. One or the other. We'll see you soon. welcome back everyone, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that brutal OC, and I do apologize for some of the downtime here, but we were just waiting for some matches to wrap up, and now we are here. We are back with the upper bracket finals. We had our Protoss player here take down his previous opponent, was able to bring down MilkiCow, and now we have our best of 5 upper bracket finals. And here we go, spawning in the right hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our yellow Zerg player. It is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss representing Alien Esports. It is Power. Here we go. Oh my god, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. As a reminder, this is a best of 5, not a best of 3, and the winner of this series will advance on to the grand finals, where they're going to be facing off in a best of 7 against the player that rises up through the ashes through the lower brackets. Oh boy. MilkiCow did just go down to our Protoss player here, but he is not out of the tournament. I believe he's currently mid-series against Nicoract. They're currently locked into a TVT. So best of luck to Nicoract, best of luck to MilkiCow as he focuses on our current matchup. And this may look a little bit lopsided here. Wayne, I mean, he's a more known player, 100%. He's a more known player. He has a lot of accolades to his name. At the same time, Power has been getting some very impressive results as of late. Coming into this event, YoungYakov, I mean, he's still, in my mind, is the number 2 here in the event and should have been primed to have made it far in the tournament to make it here, even against Wayne as a rematch, but that is not the case. Power stood in his way. And Power knocked him the hell down and took him down to a crazy win already here by Power. Not the first time he has defeated YoungYakov, and potentially not the last time either. Oh, so this is Power's matchup here, where he can thrive, where he can excel. How does he compare though to Wayne? Wayne and YoungYakov, very different kind of players. Wayne is much more aggressive. I mean, hey, we just saw some of that in the last series against Art, where Wayne, he's willing to go into these big link floods, Bane busts, willing to cut corners, cut worker production, and commit into all-ins. I mean, hey, we even saw that earlier against Nicoract. Did see that. But we'll see. We'll see how this goes. I do still favor Wayne, but at the same time, I'm ready to be introduced, or maybe not introduced, but I'm ready to be kind of convinced here by Power. I'm ready. Convince me, Bobby. Convince me. Let's go. Let us go. As for now, we are moving out. It's going to be a Stargate opener out of Power. Stargate into most likely Oracle. We'll keep an eye on the unit of choice. Power does Shade in. Shade does commit. Does commit to Shade. Trace here shaving off one lane, going for the middle lane. Alas, he should not get any drone skills. And up, oh, he gets one. One drone goes down, one ling for the eject, as he does barely shade back into the main. Oh my god. Shades back in, up, getting at one. Does force out a spore. Delays some mining time, but alas, should not get a kill. And should be cleaned up as he shades, and he falls. Does fall to the queen. Another death rolls in. More mine time being lost. Oh my god. The death will finally go down, and with that, Wayne, he holds. He does hold. Behind this is going to be an Oracle opener, not a Void Ray, so Oracle into a third base. Third is now being taken already. And Power moves out. Does move out across the map. Spots the Lings. Likewise getting position. Yep, turns back around. There are no adepts, as he did spin his adepts across the map. So Power is more vulnerable, and that's why the Oracle does race back. He respects the Lings, and we'll shut them down. As Link Speed kicks in, and yeah, the Oracle has to deactivate its beam. Moving in. Oh. Just keeping an eye on saturation. Keeping tabs on Wayne. Behind this, Wayne is just happily droning. There's no tech yet. A little bit too early for that. There it is. Safety. Roach one. Oh! Stays strapped into the main. Wayne, he pulls away. Ooh, when he does get caught out. Queen and a drone. Does get caught. Second Oracle towards the natural. The stasis was attempted, but last Oracle was very low. And it is the lair. So lair here for Wayne. Again, safety Roach Warren. The other stasis towards the natural. Oh. Wayne, he does pull away in time. Does react well. The reactions have been solid. Things they move in for a run by. And the adept will fall. Just barely. Adept goes down, no other major damage. Outside of that power, he is probing. And we're settling towards a longer game state here. Standard follow-up, we have Blink, we have +1, Gateway Explosion. Power didn't lose any oracles, thankfully. Still maintains them. And we have a back and forth. We're getting to a back and forth here. My eyes are on Wayne though so far. He is saturating, taking gases, working on a fourth base, still droning up as well. So Wayne, he is actually gearing up towards the longer game state. I say longer game state, we have yet to throw down any tech. For the time being, it looks like purely Roach Ravager. This can lead into Hydras and Lurkers, but for now, pure Roach Ravager out of Wayne. As stage traps are going to be denied, they just keep on coming. A better connection there towards the end. As we just have another stasis on the way as well. Oh no! This time it will finish. This time massive connection, and half the mineral line does get caught. Very nicely done, Wayne. You never expect the third stasis in a row. Jesus. They just committed. From here, power escapes, and Wayne is still droning. He's still droning up. I was half expecting him to cut workers at 3-base saturation, but the answer is no. He's droning up even further, getting his 4th base. There's that Hydrogen, tells us that he is continuing to deck up. Not just Roach Ravager, but also into Hydra as well. So Wayne playing this out. Likewise, power still building up, massing up his Stalkers. And behind this, we've seen a lot of players really love to embrace Stalker into Storm, into Charger Archon into Storm. That is not the case here. We have Charge on the way, don't get me wrong, but there's a second Robo and a Bay into Colossus production. Okay. Makes sense. Storm is less effective against a Roach heavy style. Against Ling Hydra, Storm is amazing. Against Roach Hydra, less so. So we are avoiding those storms. Bay is now done. Power moving in. Does poke forward. Wayne is in position. So far holding on, zoning back the Stalkers. Stasis gets triggered. Yeah, that was a rough trade here for power. That was how many? That was 4 Stalkers going down. Better trade for Wayne. Oh, that stasis traps, they just keep connecting. And this will slow down the aggression. Wayne, he is not droning actually. He's cutting workers at 72, but there it is. 7 drones on the way and an infestation pit. On the one hand, these drones and this tech is a little bit delayed here for Wayne. That is true. At the same time, the Colossus are also delayed for power. So that, you know, both players, because of that, I do kind of say that Wayne, he's able to comfortably drone up and tech up, and he should be working towards Lurker tech. Or at least Vipers. And there it is. Lurker Den is on the way. So Lurker Tech and Viper is going to be on the horizon here for Wayne. And power can't really threaten him is the problem. Ideally, you'd want to be poking with Stalkers and going for Zealot Runbys and maybe a Prism into the main base and a Warp in. But alas, power, he is more or less trapped. And waiting and relying on his Colossus. As the first Colossus is revealed. Run by on the way. LCR shutdown. Wayne is all over this. Now we're trying to move in. Pushing on the right hand side. Wayne doesn't have Lurkers yet, but against this kind of army, I don't think he needs them. And the quality just isn't there. He starts his forward, does catch one of the, almost one of the Colossus. Duck barely does get it. Colossus goes down. Starts stepping forward. Pushing in. And it looks like he barely will not get the Colossus. Hoping a micro here from power. But for one, for both actually. Saves both, not bad. Saves the Colossus. Wayne pulling away. Getting from the expansion. Decent concave. Still a rough trade here for Wayne. The Colossus, they do so much in the back line. Colossus are trading well for themselves. They're gaining value, but despite that, the Colossus still falls. And so is the Nexus. And when he crushes the main army, he denies the economy. Power is in trouble. He's down to 1 Colossus, has some Archons, but just not much support, going for Oracle Harassment across the map. Blaster stack defense on the way. I will get a couple of drones, not bad. Gets, I say a couple, a lot actually. 10 workers going down. Really like economic damage. How he threatens a push. Doesn't quite commit. And pulls away. Wayne's still maxed out. They're fighting his army. Now the Lurkers have arrived. Lurker upgrades on the way. Do we have any Vipers? The answer is we do. 2 Vipers already here. Vipers are in position. When he has, again, almost the ideal. Comes down to the control. Comes down to the execution. Azurion's going to be coming in. Does get the Colossus. Just going forward, but barely. Lurkers are within range. Meanwhile, Wayne, he just heals up. Heads towards the natural. Takes down a reinforcing immortal. Brutal pickup. Power getting pulled apart. He's getting torn apart here. That's Wayne trying to get behind the mineral line. He rotates once again, going for the 4th base. And ensuring that the power just never expands. Never able to build up. Never able to push in. Never able to move in. Still trying to force his way forward. Gets Revelation up, diving on the main army. Ooh, the blinks are punished. Spine shells, they have been insane. Power, he has to rotate. Still has a pretty terrifying army, especially with Storm. Storm with a Colossus. The army has potential, but for the most part, Wayne is keeping up. He's keeping up with the army. Oh. Going to the Archons, gets 2. Archons, nice feedback. Last Viper does survive. And Power doesn't commit. I mean, again, Power just doesn't have the size to really move in. It's forcing Wayne to transition out of this to take up a Double Spire. Double Spire on the way. Should be for the beginning of Broodlords. Until then, Power, he's slowly building up his army. He's recovering. Recovering, has plenty of storms. Extend the expansion. Quick harass is attempted. And this is where I'm most concerned by. I imagine that the YoungYakov matches were a little bit similar. Where Wayne, he's been looking good, was looking strong. He did end up getting a leader of the Yun, and as a result, that's why Wayne has a bank, right? He has a bank, he has more bases, is looking comfortable. But Power is almost maxed out himself, and Power does have the more efficient army, is the problem. Just straight up. Is more efficient. Has 10 workers go down. The expansion, pulling away, rotating. Let's rotate, catching out some of the lurkers. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3. 3 lurker kills, not bad. Wayne pulling away, leading out some high-tech units. And again, that's what Power's waiting for. Is waiting for Wayne to make mistakes. Waiting for him to slip up. All it takes is one wrong move. One lurker gets behind the mineral line. That does drag Power back. Force to defend. Takes down the lurker again. Takes down the lurker again. Power moving in. Does rotate. Pushing him to the bases. Wayne, stasis going up. Wayne out of position. Lurker's trying to respond. And Viper's coming in. They get immortal. They get one. They get two. Despite that, the storms, they pop up. And do we have enough immortals to break through this army? Looks like we do. Yeah, the storms are insane. The lurkers, they go down one after the other. There's one lurker left on the high ground. Power trying to figure out where he wants to go. Yeah, where are we headed? To take a good fight. Now he goes into the natural. A little bit indecisive. Zealots in the main. Reinforces towards the third base. And he breaks through the natural as well. And workers are going down. Reinforcements get caught. Lurker stuck at the rim. Massive storm. Oh my god. And there is detection. Lurkers, there's one left. Oh my god. Barely the Archon goes down. We have reinforcements. We have the surround. Oh my god. And Wayne, he holds. Whew. Cleans up the army with those Ling Hydra reinforcements. Likewise cleans up the Zealots. And Wayne, yes, he lost a mineral line, he lost a base, he lost an expansion, but he still maintains an army. He had a large enough bank. That's what's important here. He had mining, he had a bank, he does rebuild. Power back at home, he's struggling. He's struggling here. Yeah, and he has nothing left at home. GG gets called, and Wayne, he overwhelms. Wayne takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Wayne does take a lead in the series. And we'll see if Power can bounce back. Again, wasn't a bad game there out of Power. He was able to build up and max out. He had a terrifying immortal army, and it was taking a better fight. But we saw he was a little bit indecisive, and he did take a little bit too long to push into the main base. He was like, do I push into the third? Do I go for the fourth base? Where do I go? It took a little bit too long, and every second counts. Every second is so precious here in StarCraft 2, of course. And by the time he moves up the ramp, I mean, he was bleeding out units here and there, and he lost momentum and lost control. GG. GG, well played. And again, it was pretty all-in as well. I should emphasize that. It was pretty all-in. That move had to end the game, and it barely didn't. Barely did not end it. With that, we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. As game 2 is going to be on King's Cove. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of King's Cove, we have the yellow Zerg player. We have the yellow Zerg himself leading the series 1-0. It is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player. The blue Protoss representing Alien Esports. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is Power. Go. Here we go. From here we are going to be setting up, and we're loading into a map that, again, we haven't cast in quite some time. One of the more often vetoed maps in the map pool, but in best of 5 we get to experience maps like King's Cove, one of the larger maps. Very defendable on 3 bases, but the 4th base is a different story. And considering Power's playstyle, if his plan here is to more or less turtle, is to tech up, to build up this robust army and then move out across the map, I don't mind that here. I don't mind that here on King's Cove. I do think that he will have room to be defensive and to focus on securing his fourth. I say this all the time. I'll say it again here. The fourth base is difficult to defend on this map, but if that's all we're focusing on if that's where our attention lies, then I want to believe that Power can secure himself and build up. We'll see if he will shake up his style. Likewise, Wayne was also very tech-heavy last game. Was quick to just drone, to saturate, to tech up. Wasn't really aggressive, which is not the Wayne that we're used to, but I feel like against Power, that's what we want. Just meet him in the late game instead, with an advantage, with a bank, with a greater economy, and ever well. For now, Natural is getting up. Is getting up and running. We have our take of choice going for a Stargate opener out of Power. Into Oracle, into our setup. So far, so good. And the question becomes as well here, is Power also going to commit into a robo-based composition, or do we start taking up? You know, if we are able to stabilize on 4 bases, then it wouldn't be a bad move, especially on a large map like King's Cove, to start working towards Sky Toss, to start taking up, throw down some Stargates, a Fleet Beacon. That is going to be an option available here to Power, if we end up in a 4-base economy. That'd be a big if on that one. Till then, Stargate opening into the Oracle. So far, so standard. Likewise, back at home, Wayne is just droning. Just droning up, saturating his bases. Getting to link speed. And from here, wouldn't be a bad choice to go into, once again, Evo Chamber, plus on melee into Ling Hydra. Last game, we did see a more heavy Roach opener. And that is the way to keep you safe, but on a large map like this, we can't afford to skip it. Can skip Roaches. Can cut corners. The Oracle does dip in, gets the stasis up. So far, do react in time. Oh. As once again, just committing to the mass stasis, getting 3. We saw this in the last game as well. Just triple stasis here with the first Oracle. It can catch a Zerg player off guard because not many people commit as hard to this and only gets 3 workers. So far, this time, Wayne reacts well. Last game, we saw a worse reaction and a worse response and did get caught out a little bit harder. This time, minimal damage. Meanwhile, there's that melee upgrade, as you mentioned. Evo Chamber into melee, into most likely Ling Hydra. There is a drone, though, that's left idle, and it looked like we were attempting to throw down the Roach Horn, but we changed our minds. Did change our minds. Yep, Ling Bane Hydra. Okay. Going to be running up. Okay, droning, going to be saturating. Likewise, follow-up here is +1 and blink into a second forge. This is a deviation. I was going to say standard follow-up here, but the second forge means that we'll most likely be going for a more gateway-heavy composition into most likely Colossus. That is going to be shields, though. Wait, what? Okay. Shields, not armor. That I'm not used to. I mean, shields, they do apply to all Protoss units. I mean, as long as they're working with shields more than anything. Interesting. Now, we don't often see shields unless, unless we're in a later game, unless we're talking about Sky Toss, then, I mean, sure, it's worth investing into shields since it also does impact Sky Toss units. But yeah, bold move, interesting choice. Power does pull away. Power does rotate in between the bases. This time Wayne happily droning, taking his own 5 base setup. So far getting up to 3, soon to be 3 base saturation. And we're going for a lair. Sorry, we're going for a hive. Hive is on the way. Wings are deflected. Power is going to be going charge into Archon production alongside Storm. Standard follow-up here. So this might just be stylistic, going for shields. Might just be a little more stylistic here for Power. Rocks are being knocked down. Stays is catching reinforcements, catching color transferring workers. Nothing major. Wayne is yet to really invest into anything. That is going to be +2 melee, and I don't see a Hydra Den, which means this looks like Ultras. Hive is now done. Yep, there it is. Ultras are on the way. So this is a style you can go for here. It's quite greedy. It's very greedy here, and it usually works on larger maps. Speaking of larger maps, we're on King's Cove. No, it fits. Does fit here. The downside, of course, is limited anti-air. Likewise, Wayne is quite vulnerable early on, as his army is very fragile, at least until the Ultras arrive. But we can see that Power is being more defensive. So Wayne is getting away with it. He's getting away with these Ultras. And if Power doesn't have a high immortal count in time, then he's going to be in trouble. Speaking of immortals, just like the previous game, he sees some of the tech, doesn't confirm everything, but just like the previous game, heavy immortal counts. We saw this against the Lurkers, and we're seeing this here as well. I'm sure he's assuming it's going to be Lurker tech. We know it's going to be Ultras. Regardless of the choice, immortals are going to do well for themselves. Will do well against both armies. As Wayne knocks down those rocks, moving in. The last Storm is not ready. But he will catch those Zealots. Zealots do go down. Links from behind, they deny the expansion. Nice pickup. That was a cancel here of the Nexus. Only 5 Zealots going down so far. Power's been very efficient with his trades, but he does need that expansion. Getting his 5th, I should say. Wayne being forced back, and this entire time Wayne's just buying time. He's just buying time, he's just distracting Power for what? For the Ultras. The Ultras are popping out. There's going to be a lot of Ultras. Likewise, reinforce that right. The Immortals, they do bully back the Ultras. Oh my god. The Ultras are going to be going down. Not enough support. Not the best upgrades either. Just now getting to +2. Now getting into +2 carapace. Power, he's broken out, he's maxed. He is maxed out, he's committed. And yeah, this is very, very similar, if not the same move that we saw last game. Except this time without Colossus. Neural coming in, nice Neurals! They capture the Immortals, they turn around here on the other Immortals here of the main army. The Immortals are falling, and the Ultras, they break through. Oh my god, it's still so close though. And there's Blinding Cloud, Abduction as well, oh my god! And with the help of the Abductions, it looks like Wayne he's holding. Comes out with a handful of Ultras, it was a tough hold. Honestly, if it wasn't for those Neurals, I think Power wins. If it wasn't for the Neurals, I believe these Ultras would have gone down to the Immortals, and the Spine Crawlers as well. So yeah, that was very close, very clutch. Power pulls away, but he did lose all of his high-tech units. He lost the Archons and he lost the Immortals. Time of those 5 Immortals going down alongside 4 Archons. Cell dropping to the main, doesn't get much done. There's a recall. Ultras, they make it across the map. Swain just keeps going, just keeps doing it. I mean, he's maxed, now he's taking up in towards a greater Spire, in towards Broodlords. Now we see Power taking up and throwing down a Fleet Beacon, but this feels late. It's very late Fleet Beacon here for Power. He doesn't need time to build up his anti-air, his Sky Toss, his Broodlords. Oh my god. His Ultras, they just take the Storm to the face. They take it to the face. And alas, Swain is just pulling Power apart. Ultras, they burrow in between the bases. Thankfully, they cannot Tunneling Claw. That would be insane. Ultras are falling. One after the other. Impressive trade here from Power. Here, rotating over. Yo, shout out to Rail. Get it. Yeah, baby guy. The raid into raid. But I hope you had a great ladder session. I hope you had a great stream. I hope you had a great ladder session. I hope you had a great time. And welcome one and all to our second or third broadcast of the day. We just wrapped up with the Sparkling Tunic Cup, and now we are here with the Fire Grow Cup. This is a monthly tournament for the CIS region, and we are in the upper bracket finals. Whew. In the upper bracket finals. So thank you. Thank you. Hold on. Slash shout out to @Railgun. Beautiful. So is it delayed? So it is a delay. Ultras rotating towards the left. Broodlords are morphing in. That's a lot of broods. 6 Broodlords here for Wayne. And alas, Power still has yet to really embrace Sky Toss. No Tempest, no Carrier. Mothership is coming out, but really just focusing on Immortals. And I mean, hey, they can work well against these Ultras. That is true, 100%. The Ultras are getting picked up. Gets 1, gets 2, down to... He's gonna get 3. Locking down the Ultra. But remember, this isn't about Ultras, this is about Broodlords. And Immortals, they do not help against this. They do not shoot up. Stalker Archon can deal with a low amount of Broodlords, but we already do have how many? 6? Soon to be 9. Soon to be 9 Ultras. Power moving out. Again, he's maxed. Is committed, going to be forced back home by the Lings. So we get forced back. Likewise, Lings, they're popping up, getting to the mineral line, into the third base. Ultra even, oh my god. Goes down to the cannon. Power he holds. But again, he still does not know about the Broodlords. Still doesn't know. Has no idea. Otherwise, we would be seeing more Sky Toss, more anti-air. You could argue that the amount of Archons and Stalkers here is enough to deal with, what, 9 Broods? It's possible. But it is Broodlord Infestor. Here we go. Wasted recall. No! Recall gets wasted. That's concerning. Power's rotating over. Up. Fungal popping up. Catching out the army. And he's going to commit. Copters are going to be thrown away, but the Broodlords to do well in the back line. As Stalkers, they try to blink forward. Emphasis on try. Fungal will lock them down. And Stalkers are falling. They are falling. He just cannot get under those Broodlords. And again, for those that are just now tuning in, he didn't know. He was unaware of the Broods until this moment. Now we have Tempest on the way, but there's a late transition. Late reaction from Power. Meanwhile, not just a shout out to Railgun, a shout out to Wardy God. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great cast as well. I know you were covering the brawl, if you will, the backers brawl. So thank you so much. Hope you had a great time over on your stream. And welcome one and all to 5 Grow Cup. This is a monthly tournament. 5 Grow Cup number 7. This is a monthly tournament. We are here in the playoffs, and we are currently in the upper bracket finals between Wayne and Power. This is a best of 5. Best of 5 here between these two players. Welcome. Bienvenidos, papi. Bienvenidos. Slash shoutouts. And there is a delay. There is a delay on stream. Here we go. Power rotating. And he is being given time here to respond. Building up his Tempest. Carrier's now on the way. Why is Wayne being active? Denies the expansion. As he denies the base. Power moving forward. Runs into the infestors. Takes the fungal. And does give time here for the Broodlords to respond. Catches one of the Archons. Gets the other. 2 Archons going down. Power, he just cannot push in. He's been trying. The last solid side defense here from Wayne, just designed to buy time. Give him room to rotate. Oh, we're going to be here for a while. We're walling up, Pappy. Let's go. Cannons, shield batteries, spine crawlers, spores as well. We're both just walling up, walling up. Now, because of Power's map presence, there isn't really much creep spread. There's not really much map control here for Wayne. Despite having a robust army, despite having a bank, map control isn't quite there. Waiting for his own Ling Ultra counterattack. Oh, Corruption to dive in. Nice punish. Storm zones away. Ooh, but the Broodlords will catch out one of the Immortals. An Immortal and a Stalker. Ultra gets cleaned up. Tries to burrow, tries to hide. Power, he's keeping up, he's holding. Maintains his economy. Building up more carriers. And we'll throw away a couple of these units here. We'll trade. Tempest moving in. I believe there are no Vipers. No threat of abductions or power bombs. Just Neural. Just the Infestors. Wayne coming in for a flank. Collapsing on the main army. He does commit. He tries to massive storm. There's storm zones away. Decent fungal. There's a slow zone. But the Broodlords, they just have their way with the ground army. Ground army is just falling. Yeah, the Archon's Eye Templar. And the Corruptors, they should be able to clean everything else up. Yeah, Wayne, he will overwhelm. Takes out one of the Tempests, the carriers as well. Plenty of Corruptors left over. And this was not the fight to take, as Power, he will lose everything. Everything gets thrown away. Doesn't reset the Broodlords. Still 3 Broodlords remain. And there's no Skytos. There's no Skytos left here. I say that carrier comes in to reinforce. But Wayne takes the fight. Wayne, he will take the fight. Shuts the army down. 7 more Corruptions behind this. And takes down the final carrier. Does barely get it. And from here, we can just morph in more Broods. We can just morph in more Broodlords. Maintain this position. I believe the Infestor count was reset, so instead of remaxing on Ultra. Okay. I mean, they're a little bit more mobile. They have more pushing power, I suppose. Without Wayne, he takes the fight. Still maintains a massive gas bank. Decent mineral bank as well. Now it's moving out. Oh my god. The cannons, they prove a little bit too much. Wayne does not get the base. Power, counter-attacking. There's not much in position. No Broodlords or Lurkers. This base is going to go down. Not bad. Ultra dive in. Immortal count is low. Despite that, the Immortals, they hold their own. There's the recall. Does recall back. Power, he's still somewhat in this game, but Wayne is looking much more comfortable here. And again, we're just waiting for those Corruptors. Broodlords even. So the Corruptor count is still a little bit excessive. Wayne pulls away. You have 9 Infestors in production. You have a power. Let's go. 9 Infestors. Also for Wayne. For Wayne. Still no extra Broodlords, even though I do feel like there's room for them. I mean, there's no anti-air. That's what I should say. There's no Skytos. Doctor's going for the bases. We'll bring down the forward Nexus. Just bring it down. Alright, goes Corruptors in towards that 5th. And it should fall. Just only 1 cannon in range. Nexus goes down. 2 bases even. And Power's just kind of being torn apart here. It does catch out 3 of these Broodlords though. Oh, that should not have happened. There's no Broodlords left. Not yet. Wayne's main army does consist of Infestors and Ultras and Corruptors. After the next fight, we should be seeing Broodlords morphing in, just because there's barely any anti-air. Sorry, what am I going to say? Barely any Skytos units for the Corruptors to deal with. This Power does rotate, knocks down the base. Knocks down the expansion. Wayne coming in from behind, gets us around. It does force the Archon. Stalkers, they blink in. The Ultras are going to be falling. And Wayne, he will lose most of his army here. Thankfully, the Neurals do help, though. He tries to. We'll lose everything. Ultras, the Infestors, better trade here for Power. Despite the Neurals, I mean, the units, they did not go down. And suddenly, Wayne... Oh, no! Wayne's in trouble with the Broodlords. Broodlords get denied. Massive pickups. Power's moving in. Oh! Catching out more Corruptors. And Wayne is in trouble. There we go. Now morphing in those Broodlords, but they're late. Late Broodlords for Wayne. Base goes down. Mineral Land as well. Nice pickup. Can Power get more? Can he get more than just a base? Going for the second expansion. Rotating in. Broodlords seconds away from finishing. Gonna be 5 Broodlords. Is that enough? There's a first fungal. And Broodlords are revealed. And now it's time to go back into Skytos. Going into Void Ray. Interesting choice. Jesus. The hatchery did survive. Just barely. 18 HE. With Void Rays, they can do well against Corruptors. And again, there are a lot of Corruptors. They can do okay against Broodlords here. So we're making 4 Void Rays at a time. It's a lot of Void Rays. Power pulls away. Does pull back. We're up to how many? Up to 8 Broodlords. No critical mass by any means. Power still trying to build up. Establishing another mining base. Re-establishing his economy. Remember, he lost 2 bases earlier. Trying to break out. Looking to expand. That's trying to. Again, Power is spread thin. There's a Boradzur thing. Runs into main army. Has to back up. Jeez, that's so many Ultras. 14 Ultras. That's crazy. Okay. 14 Ultras moving in. Corruptors, they knock down one of the bases. Void Rays do respond. Void Rays, they respond. They knock down the Corruptor. He's being cleaned up here by the fungals. Corruptors go down. And without those corruptors, what's the entire looking like? Well, we have 8 Broodlords, we have 14 Ultras, and we have 2 corruptors. Oh, and Wayne just droned. The Void Ray response can actually do quite well here. They can do well. These are the last 2 corruptors. And I believe the anti-air is the fungals, the neurals, the infestors. Uh-oh. Here we go. Void Ray's moving in. We have 2 corruptors in production. I mean, Wayne is maxed. He needs to throw away some of these ultras. Does need to throw them away. As he has no free room, has no supply. There we go, going for an ultra run by. Recall's on cooldown, it was just used. Recall is not ready. Here we go, Zelts in towards the bases. Towards the main, towards the natural. Going for the tech, not getting much done. Just buying time. Power still building up. I mean, he's yet to max out. He's getting there. He's getting there. Now getting to carry production. I'd love to see Tempest, but regardless. Skytoss nonetheless. Rudlo starts stepping in. Now we have the Yakons to respond. Where are the Void Rays? Void Rays elsewhere. Uh-oh. Yeah, a bit of a misread here. Power expecting a counterattack. But there's nothing here. Nothing to threaten. Base goes down. Overseer within range. Power pulls back. Does pull back. We're up to how many corruptors? Still only 4. Still very limited anti-air. Catching out ultras, but this is a good thing. Yeah, as ultras go down, now we build up corruptors. Corruptors are being rebuilt. Power, he no longer has that window. It's closing. And now there's actually an answer to the Skytoss. Wayne taking another expansion. Another base. Power ideally waiting for the army to overextend. He's biding his time. Waiting to pounce. Void is responding. And again, Wayne, he wants to get rid of these units. He wants to get rid of these ultras. We'll eventually throw them away. To try to engage. I mean, Power doesn't really have much of a bank, so any pickup here is valuable. Every little bit counts. He has power. He's just going for the base trade. Okay. he just avoids the main army, going for the base trade, pushing right down mid. Ideally, Power, he wants to fight like a portion of the army at once. As the corruptors are on their own with the infestors, Broodlords towards the south. Power, he wants those spellcasters. Pushing forward. Wayne racing back home. Racing back. Broodlord still left over on the other side. Just trading up aces. Power taking another expansion. Oh, we still got money. Let's go. And can it catch out these Broodlords? Rotating over. Likewise, Wayne rotates as well. The infestors are here. And he has his support. So far, so good. Saves the Broodlords. Looking for a fungal. Forcing back the army. Rotates with the Ultras. A couple of nice shots in, not bad. Takes down a couple of Broodlords. Still rotating. And even though power lost some bases, I mean, there's nothing here, right? There's like barely any resources. Taking some more valuable bases instead. Rotates in time. Lings are popping up. Still in position, still burrowed. Ah, it does notice. Does notice in time. And what's tense here about this is that, yes, Wayne has a bank, but when it comes to replenishing this army with Corruptors or Broodlords, it takes a long time. Because of that, one bad fight could still end the game in favor of power. You can still win this game. How heavily things swing in his favor. Yeah, Wayne just going for a massive ultra counterattack. And he can't afford to lose them. They're not the most valuable of units here. Ultras are falling. Oh, nice fungal. Catching out the Void Rays. And he has to fight. He has to turn around. With that, Void Rays are going to fall. Fibers coming in. There's a slow zone. The Ultras are going to be shut down. But what's important here is the anti-air. And it looks like the Skytoss is going to come out on top. He shuts down everything in the sky. The Corruptors, the Broodlords, they all go down. The Tempest, they reign supreme. Ultras, they rush past. They force the recall. And Wayne is remaxing. Remaxing with 20 Corruptors. Just a mass remax. Like power he traded efficiently, that is true. But Wayne has a bank. And with that bank, 32. Jesus! 32 Corruptors. That's a lot of Corruptors. 32 Corruptors on the way. And power, he needs Archons. And here they come. Temple Morph in. Now going to be zoning with the Storm. Gonna have one Archon. And against 32 Corruptors, we need more than just one Archon. Yeah, they can one-shot. They take down the carriers one at a time. There's a Storm, but one Storm is not good enough. And Wayne, he should have enough to clean up the sky. Takes out the Void Rays, the Tempest. Yeah, everything. Everything will fall. The Corruptors, they shut him down, and now there's almost nothing left. Lings, they flood in. Power has no bank. I mean, he has minerals, but no gas. We'll pick up some Corruptors, though. Some Corruptors do fall. From here, Wayne can just go straight into Broodlords. Show us the Broods! Up! Up! Not quite. There we go. 13 Broodlords on the way. Now, Wayne, he does burn through his bank. True. Does burn through it. But Wayne, he should be fine. Should be fine here. Seeing they knocked down the base. Power racing back home. And Power, he actually is remaxing with Zealots, which is actually effective here. Has its place. Pushing through. Broodlord's out of position, but there's no answer. That's the problem here. How many Corruptors are left over? 14. 14 Corruptors. Still quite tense. As I believe Power, he has not spotted the Broodlords. They're coming in. They do come in for a flank. Power, he has to respect it. Has to back off. Professor's on the way as well, threatening a fungal. Looking to lock down the army. And Wayne, he's maxed. He's maxed out. With 13 Broodlords, 20 Corruptors. Does have what he needs. Oh, lands a fungal. On its turn. Remember, there's no Vipers. This time, there's no Power Bomb. Oh, and a massively run by takes down the last mining base. And soon, there's going to be no economy. And workers are going down. Barely any mining here for Power. Down to a handful of patches left. Power trying to move in. He's got 3 Void Rays and a Dream. Against 20 Corruptors. He's crazy. Down to 2. 2 Void Rays left. Corruptors, they just commit. Yeah, and there's no finesse needed here as they can focus on those carriers. In saying that, a lot of Corruptors are going down, but there's only 1 carrier left. And it should fall. Yeah, the final carrier goes down. Wayne should have this. As there's no more mining, no more bases, no more expansions. What you see is what you get. That's a 2 Tempest. And again, Power, he had some good moments. He had some good moments here in this game. Unfortunately, though, was unable to slow down Wayne's bank. Like, he had proper mining here for quite some time. These bottom left-hand bases. If Wayne didn't have a bank, then maybe, but I mean, he could afford to remax multiple times. Something that Power could not stop. He's threading us around. Down to 1 Tempest. Oh no. Unfortunately, at this point, we're huffing a little bit of copium, Pappy. A little bit. Oh no, the fungal! Locks down the Tempest. And it should fall here to the Corruptors. Oh, barely not. Tempest does survive. More Corruptors building up. Wayne just been so patient here this game. There were some rough moments, don't get me wrong, but for the most part, he was able to build up. Able to maintain his economy. Speaking of, another base gets up and running for more mining, gas, and minerals. Something that Power just does not have. And yeah, this is his final stand here. The final push. GG gets called, and Wayne, he will take a 2-0 lead in our upper bracket finals. GG. GG, well played. It does take a lead. And again, as a reminder, this is a best of 5. Best of 5 here. So Power, he still has the opportunity to bring it back. Let's go. That was a 40-minute game. Jesus. But let's go. Jumping to game 3. Sorry, just catching up with the chats. And again, big shout out once again to both Rail as well as, I should say, Railgun as well as Wardy for the raids. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. So we are jumping in. Just catching up. Cells don't kill Broodlords. Unfortunately, they don't shoot up. I mean, they don't shoot, period. Unfortunately. Last just had no, or just ran out of gas. In more ways than one. But here we go. We're jumping into game number 3. Potentially the final game of the series. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have our red Zurich player going for the 12. Let's go! Going for the 12 pool. After a 40-minute game, he's had enough. He's like, you know what? I'm done. I gotta go get some food. Let's end it, baby. Let's end it. Going for the 12 pool. It is Wayne. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player representing Alien Esports, down heavily in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force that ace match. Or make a series out of this, I should say. It is Power. Here we go. As Wayne is moving out with the initial 12 pull and with the hatchery across the map, is going to be committed, and we'll see if we can break Power. I did see someone in the chat earlier asking about Power. For those who maybe don't watch much StarCraft, Power, he's been around for many years at this point, but he has been more of an up-and-comer in the European region, and it was only in the past, I want to say like 6 months, where he has been getting better and better results. I want to say for a long time he was kind of in the middle or kind of lower end of the pack amongst European Protoss players, but in recent times has been getting better results. Even in this tournament, he 2-0'd YoungYakov. If you're a little bit more familiar with him, then, I mean, that can give you a little bit more context as to the strength of Power. And that's 2 months in a row as well. Like, Power, he has been the bane of YoungYakov in this tournament series in Firegrow Cups. YoungYakov's been smurging a little bit. Has been smurging. Not like this. As so far, the Lings have arrived. We do have a re-wall here from Power. Trying to wall off. And again, that's the strength here of that hatchery to force an inefficient wall and to make things that much more awkward, to increase the surface area on the gateway. Second Zealot has arrived. So far, good response. Oh my, Jesus. Expanding behind this confident play here by Power. Very confident. As Wayne, he's still amassing with more Lings, is throwing down the hatchery. But more Lings are on the way. Wayne, he has not droned. And again, instead of this expansion, we could have seen shield batteries, and now they're on the way, but they are delayed. And Lings, no, they get us around. They do slip in. The Zealots are going to go down one after the other. That's all we had left. There's one Adept on the way, but just the one Adept. Lings, they flood in, they break through, and Power, he was overconfident, but overconfident. Boys are being pulled, big surround. Adept goes down. And Wayne, he may have just done it. There's one Adept remaining. Shield battery gets surrounded. And Wayne, he has control of the natural. Queen arrives, spreading more creep. Warp gate is not done. More boys being pulled. But it's going to be a losing battle here. It's too little too late. As everything gets E-Power. Denies the Adepts. Just barely. Just barely gets denied. Stutter steps in. Gets us around. And with that, GG gets called. Wayne, he will take the series 3-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played, Wayne. He will claim the series, will advance on. My condolences here to Power. Did well for himself making it here to this point. And even in that last game, he was able to hold his own. And it was even in game 1 as well, where he almost did break Wayne. But alas, wasn't quite able to hold his own here. GG, well played. Again, he was getting ready for a longer game. He expanded, as we were trying to point out. He could have thrown down more stack defense, could have tried to re-wall behind it as well. Alas, he was getting ready for a longer game state by expanding. Alas, was thinking a little bit too far ahead there and was overwhelmed. Unfortunately, pulled his best hero impression. The wall was not a wall. Lings, they flooded in. They got this around. GG. GG, well played. Meanwhile, big shout out to Hype Time 79. God, papi God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Do appreciate it. Gracias, papi, gracias. Thank you so much for the support. I hope you enjoy the content. I hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. GG. GG, well played. With that, we have some updates. We have some updates to go over here as we switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. As this is, of course, a double elimination format, and we do have a lot to get through. Okay, from the top, let's actually zoom in a little bit. Okay, so we do have, of course, Wayne versus Power up here. You can see Wayne, he advances on to the grand finals into the best of 7. Power gets knocked down, and Power, he is waiting for the winner of MilkiCow and YoungYakov. YoungYakov, he took down GgMaChine 2-1, took down Art 2-1 as well. MilkiCow took down Nicoract, and we have YoungYakov and MilkiCow facing off in that best of 3. Oh boy. And I believe they are mid-series. Yes, they're currently in-game. They're currently mid-series. I don't know if they're in Game 1, Game 2, or Game 3. I'm not privy to that. They're currently in-game. But we are reaching the tail end of the tournament. We have our top 4. We have Wayne in the finals. We have Power waiting for the winner, either a Terran or a Zerg. Let's go. Let us go. Again, Power was the one that knocked YoungYakov down to the lower brackets already. We could see a rematch. We could see MilkiCow step up instead. Shout out to MilkiCow. For those that are curious, MilkiCow, he basically retired for most of 2024. He took a big step back from the scene and he wasn't really competing for most of the year, but he actually came back around October, November of 2024. He did return, and he has been leveling up quite a bit, kind of regaining his skill, catching back up, almost like, of course, riding a bike. He never really fully gone, and MilkiCow has been looking very impressive as of late. And it's always a treat to cast MilkiCow. He's very aggressive, very unique as a player, always a lot of fun to cast. We'll get there. We will get there as we do catch up. Oh, yeah, thank you so much, Hype Time. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Thank you for your dedication and quality cast. Thank you as well. Do appreciate the recognition. Do appreciate it. For those that are curious, this event that we're covering here today is a monthly tournament. Every single month there is a Fire Cup. It is centralized towards the CIS region, so players from Russia, players from Ukraine, players from Kazakhstan, these players do face off here on a regular monthly basis. And shout out to MilkiCow. MilkiCow does host, organize, and cast this event, and of course has been kind enough to allow us to cover this event in English as well. So big shout out to MilkiCow. Again, MilkiCow, he for the most part was a competitor for a long time, but over the past year has been focusing on streaming, casting, and running events as well. So MilkiCow has been branching out. Much love to Mindle. Much love. Here we go. Brewlers are so good. I mean, they can be, for sure. They can be. I mean, we saw a lot of moments where Power was able to fight back against that, and again, we might even see a rematch as well. Looking at our top 4 players here, I mean, there are some players that are otherwise missing that we would have expected to be seen. Shameless had a really strong performance a couple of months ago in Fire Cup number 5, I want to say. But Shameless actually got knocked out in the group stage. In a surprising result, the group stage was stacked. Unfortunately, we weren't able to cover the group stage. The group stage was yesterday, was last night, 24 hours ago. At the time, we were casting the StarCraft Evolution Invitational. So we were covering and casting something else, so we weren't able to cover the Fire Cup group stage. Do apologize for that. But we're at least here for the playoffs. We are here for the playoffs. Let's go. Let us go. Otherwise, we have some downtime. Otherwise, we do have some downtime here, as we are waiting for MilkiCow's match to open up for us. May as well get that ready, though, and pay out those predictions. True. Another player that we're missing here is Skillous. Skillous, he is actually the reigning champion. Skillous, he won last month's Fire Cup, but unfortunately wasn't available here today. Was available earlier. If you were here earlier today, we were covering Skillous versus Ryung in the grand finals of Sparkling Tuna Cup. I do recommend it. It was an insane tournament featuring Bjorn, Creator, Ryung, Skillous as well, and many others. That is our weekly tournament that we do host here on the channel. Is our weekly. Sorry, just setting up our players. 3D Clan. MilkiCow and YoungYakov. Beautiful. But for the most part, it looks like we do have some downtime here. So we're going to be going on a break. And waiting for MilkiCow and YoungYakov either to wrap up their series or to open up for us. Either in Game 2 or Game 3. Otherwise, hope you all enjoyed yourselves over during the previous broadcast. Hope you guys had a great time. Oh, well, never mind. They're out of game. Never mind. I say, all right, out of game. just popped out. Do we have some results? I believe those over at 3D Clan are casting the event. I believe. I think they're covering YoungYakov. Looks like they just wrapped up game 1, which means we have game 2. Okay, we're good to go. Alright, good to go. And it looks like MilkiCow is up 1-0, I think. What am I watching? YoungYakov, he has Ling Ultra. But he's down to 33 drones. There's not much of an economy. So it looks like they're getting ready. Okay, they are getting ready. Oh. Yeah. MilkiCow is up 1-0. So we're going to be jumping in. We're going to be jumping in mid-series. I will be opening up predictions. It'll be for the remainder of the series, as a heads up. We'll be getting there. And here we go. You can hear the beeps. We are jumping into game number 2. Game 2 is going to be on Abyssal Reef. And again, MilkiCow is up 1-0. They just had a around 15-16 minute game. Went the distance. And MilkiCow is now 1 game away from making it to the lower bracket finals. To face off against Power. To face off. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Abyssal Reef, we have our blue Terran player representing 3D Clan, leading the series 1-0. It is MilkiCow. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Zurich player, currently teamless. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is YoungYakov. We go again. Both players have been working their way through that lower bracket. YoungYakov did fall to Power earlier, and I'm sure he wants his chance at revenge. But before we can get to Power, we have to get through the cow himself. Let's go. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. MilkiCow is close. MilkiCow needs 1 more game. But what I will say, for at least from what I saw between these two in game 1, it was very close, very back and forth. I want to believe that we can force at least the ace match and bring it to game 3. Oh boy. So best of luck in the chat. As welcome one and all to Abyssal Reef. Abyssal Reef is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Very large, long rush distance by ground. Likewise, very defendable bases. There's a very narrow ramp coming in towards the natural. Likewise, again, the 3rd and 4th base are quite next to each other as well. Easier to rotate between your 4-base setup and even the 5th base as well. As a result, we see a lot of mid to late game on Abyssal Reef. Aggression is typically discouraged on this map, and we could be here for a while. We could, we just had a 40-minute game between Power and Wayne, and we could be in for another one, another long one here. We'll see. Likewise, MilkiCow is not afraid to mech. He can and he will mech it up from time to time. Not saying he will here, but it's an option. It is an option for MilkiCow. Something to be aware of. As for now, we have our standard opener, hatch gas pool, no crazy 12 pool or anything like that, like we saw previously. Something more standard out of YoungYakov, and likewise MilkiCow going for his own standard opener as well. Just racks expand into factory. We'll see if he goes for anything early on before the 3rd CC, if he goes for a 2nd rack, see if he goes for the starport, or something more economic. Oh! Ooh, as MilkiCow does take a lot of hits, does pull away, thankfully. Oh no! That does fly too close to the sun, gets burned, it gets shut down. And a strong start for YoungYakov. As he is taking his 3rd. MilkiCow back at home, get into his own add-on swap into Hellions to try to regain map control. But overall, a better start for YoungYakov. I mean, MilkiCow is further in the dark. He doesn't know if there's saturation, doesn't know if there's a 3rd base. There could be a 2-base all-in coming his way, and he does not know. And how does he respond? That is a starport before 3rd TC. So a much more aggressive build here from MilkiCow. Far more aggressive. We could even turn this into something more committed, like a Hellbat push. We could throw down extra maxes. That's a lot of lings. That's 14 lings on the way. YoungYakov, calm down. Committing quite hard. Hellions have arrived. They knock down the lings. But that's a big investment here from YoungYakov. This does eat into his drones. He's now droning up behind this. He's not going all in, but still very committed. And he has to get something done for this. Or with this. Lings, they skirt around the edge. MilkiCow, for the most part, setting up back at home. Hellions move out. They're out of position. They are out of position here. And YoungYakov waiting for his moment. Waiting for his moment to dive. So far, there's 2 Hellions back at home. Banshee's on the way. MilkiCow, he will reinforce. And once YoungYakov notices, he can pull the trigger. For now, though, it doesn't quite commit. There are TCs on the way. Lings, they dip in. Hellions, they catch a couple of workers. Lings, they commit. And can they get this around? Oh, not quite. They can surround the third base, though. Can we force a cancel? We can. Massive pickup. Denies the third. Massive delay. I mean, it was already delayed to begin with. And YoungYakov did spot the Banshees. He's aware. Back at home, spores are on the way. Detection's on the horizon here, but the Banshee has arrived already. And the Queen's not quite ready for this. 2 drone kills. There's the cloak. Spore's not ready. Spore's not done. Getting 3, 4, up to 5, up to 6 drones. Oh, up to 5. 5 workers go down. Red Banshee does fall back. Hellions towards the third. Lings, so they will set up for the surround. The cannon, they will. Yeah, they shut down the Hellions. Despite that, 8 drones do fall. It's of course in conjunction with the Banshees as well. And the Banshees, they can still threaten the bases. Behind this, MilkiCow trying to recover. So 8 drone kills is good, but doesn't quite make up for the delayed third base. Again, it's a very delayed third, considering that MilkiCow did open up 1-1-1 with the faster Banshees. So MilkiCow is still recovering. Thankfully, YoungYakov did overinvest into those lings, which also eats into his own drone count. So we're looking to stabilize. I still give the edge to YoungYakov, but we're on Abyssal Reef. So again, being aggressive, as you mentioned before, it's not too easy. Guess on 3 drones. And MilkiCow can now expand. He is now taking his third. Back at home, YoungYakov gets a 4th. 4th base on the way. Bailing speed, Hydras. And I believe it does have the double Evo chamber, but so far, just now starting his upgrades. So everything here has been delayed. The bailing speed, 1-1 upgrades, like everything is slightly late here just because of how chaotic the early game has been. We are looking to stabilize, and we're looking to join up. We can calm down. We can take a breath, calm things down, saturate our bases. MilkiCow has gained map control. So he does move out. Without catching out these streamers. Going for the queens as well, and he does not get them. Cross transfuse, saves the queens, and denies the drop. So far, YoungYakov is holding his own. MilkiCow going to be reinforcing. Bearing in mind that MilkiCow, he's going to be keeping his main force at home and just harassing you with drop play. Isn't looking to break YoungYakov, just pick off a couple of queens and maintain control to creep. I say that, my apologies, did reinforce one of his tanks. That much more committed. He's getting within range of the mineral line. Tank fully going up. Rejoin's going down. Full medic does fall. Oh my god. Brutal pickup. MilkiCow does overextend. Getting a couple of workers here. 13, 14 drones going down. Oh my god. Even a queen as well. Well worth it for MilkiCow. Once again, within range. Takes down more workers. 16 drones. And this time MilkiCow, he does pull back. Does pull back. Doesn't lose his medevacs. Doesn't lose his army. I spoke too soon. Oh no! I spoke too soon. Medevac goes down. And MilkiCow, he will lose everything here. Well, he traded well. Did trade well. Once again, focusing down those 4 drones. As many as he can. Reinforcing to the left-hand side, and this time he's more committed. Here come the reinforcements. Not many workers to really punish. Behind this, a 4th CC's on the way. Saturating his bases. YangYakov setting up for the surround, coming in from behind as well. Oh, and MilkiCow getting caught out here. Tanks will fall. Bailings roll in. No major connections. Very careful play out of YoungYakov. He pulls away. Doesn't overextend. Just picks up the tanks. MilkiCow getting his 4th. MilkiCow playing with fire, takes Bailings to the base. Does take a hit. But so far, good control. Nice target firing. Not bad. But the Hydras do still punish. And MilkiCow is forced to pick up. And so just focusing on that drop play. Been getting very intense. Throughout all this, YoungYakov, he has been able to re-drone, getting up to a 4-base economy. I say that, getting up to 85 drones. Jesus. Getting fully saturated. Now here we have the Lurkers. Lurkers are morphing in. So Lingbane, Hydra Lurker. No Vipers yet, I believe. Yeah, no Vipers yet. But we've reached Lurker tech. Again, we spoke about how it's very difficult to be aggressive and to kill a player on Abyssal Reef just because of the rushes to spike round and how defendable some of these bases are. So we often reach that kind of maxed out game state, and that's where we're headed. Currently, there is no Ghost Academy for the Terran, which is concerning. Nice catch on the Banes. Scanning ahead of time, there we go. Ghost Academy's halfway done. He needs those ghosts. He's not quite ready here for the Lurkers. Things. Massive. Oh my god! Massive connections. Laying around by Zenaid. Nice setup here from MilkiCow. And again, he's quite secure here. And soon to be taking a 5th. Soon taking the 5th base. Ghost Academy's now done. Well, we still need those ghosts. Ghosts, more tanks, liberators as well. Just a better answer to these Lurkers. Outside of pure Marine. Speaking of Lurkers, they go for the dive. And forcing friendly fire. Love the connections. Better towards the end. Oh my god. Shutting down most of the Lings. And the Lurkers, they maintain control of the high ground. Loki got forced back. Ghost production has begun. Let's go for the scan. Sees a massive line of Lurkers. It's going to be 14 Lurkers for YoungYakov. Jumping towards the main. Towards the main base. Safar holding his own. Buying time. Actually trying to commit in. Alas, the base will still fall. And we're going for the massive double Nidus into the main base. Does MilkiCow notice? Oh. But now, dropping in. Yeah, focusing on his own aggression. Does notice, but a little bit too late. The Nidus Storms, they will complete. Oh. And just barely. Lurkers, they pop out, they get on top of the production, and this may just be it. This may just be game. Oh my god. Yeah, production is under fire. They're also being cleaned up. Thankfully, liberators have arrived. We have some freedom. And we have liberation. And the lurkers will eventually go down. I say that here come the Hydra reinforcements. And we're flooding with lings. They have production under fire. Everything's going down. Pushing further into the main. More Nidus worms. And the Bio Army just can't really push in. Oh my god, not up this ramp. It's not going to happen. Yeah, MilkiCow just locked out of his own base. More Ghost falling. Going for the Ghost Academy as well. And he's just locked out. He's just locked out. Cannot push in. Dives on the tank. And MilkiCow, just everything's on fire. We're looking to force the ace match. More Nidus worms. The mass migration to escape the main. And MilkiCow just cannot spend his money. He can't spend it. That takes down the main CC. Going for more of the production. And I mean, this is one of the things about this matchup here. Nidus into the main base can just end the game. There, then and there. Regardless of what's going on. Now pushing into the natural. Hunting down more orbitals. Stutter stepping forward. Double Nidus on the other side. Double Nidus. Denying Neil Steel frames. Moving in towards the third base. The Bio Army's out of position. Ay, ay, ay. And we're still not done. We're still pushing in. Getting one final tank. The SimCity's so messy here. I mean, it's whatever escaped. All the Raxes, all the factories. And we came to the production for a second time. And everything's just flashing red. GG gets called. YoungYakov will tab the series. We are going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. We're going all the way to game 3. And we'll see where this story ends. I'm most curious here by the map itself. Again, MilkiCow was playing well for himself. He was harassing, he was taking better fights. Did take him a little bit too long to respond to the lurkers, but he had time. He had time to respond. He was building up his ghost count, getting his academy up and running as well. Unfortunately, did not quite notice the Nidus worms in time, and again, that can be just a kill shot then and there. Just mass lurker into the main base, came to the production, making sure that nothing can pop out and nothing can move in. GG. GG, well played. YoungYakov does take it, and now we're going all the way to the ace match, which is going to be taking place on El Dorado. Okay. El Dorado is the final map, a much more unusual map in the map pool, can be quite unorthodox. You can expand towards your opponent, away from your opponent. There are goal bases as well. A lot to factor in. A lot to factor in. And we'll see who will face off against Power. Again, Power is still patiently waiting. We still have 2 more matches ahead of us after this one. We still have the lower bracket finals with Power, and then the grand finals with Wayne. So still more matches ahead of us. Let's go. Here we go. As our players have joined. And again, it's still a little bit too hard to call here who to favor. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I believe both of them did fall to Power. Yeah, fun fact. Power, actually, he 2-0'd YoungYakov at the start of the playoffs, and then he took down MilkiCow 2-0 as well in the quarterfinals. So both these 2 players, they have a grudge. They have a grudge against Power. They both did fall to him 2-0. Which doesn't bode well to either one of them in that rematch, regardless. I'm sure they both want it. I'm sure they're both gunning for it. We'll see what it's going to be. Is Dave going to cast Hub Cup? Is there a Hub Cup this week? I guess there is. It's a bi-weekly, right? Yes, there is one this week. I imagine Dave Tesla usually is covering that event, right? I'm assuming you're talking about Dave. Or Steadfast. They usually cover them. Don't know what their schedule looking like, but I imagine they're regulars for that event. Unfortunately, we here on the CranKy Ducklings, because we're based in Australia, we usually don't cover the European weeklies. We usually just that's when we sleep. It would be nice to sleep at one point. This is our second broadcast of the day already. We were just live with Sparkling Tuna Cup, and now Fire Grow Cup, and then would be nice to sleep a little bit before our next cast. Would be nice. But here we go. We're getting into our ace match, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of El Dorado, we have our blue Terran player representing 3D Clan being forced into the ace match. We'll see if he can bounce back and make it to that next round. It is MilkiCow. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner here of El Dorado, we have our red Zerg player. We have our red Zerg fighting back, forcing the ace match. Momentum is on his side. It is YoungYakov. Here we go. As we are settling in. This time, there's no crazy turn of events. There's no crazy 12 pool like we would see from Wayne. Just hatch first. Hatch gas pool here from our Zerg player. Likewise, racks expand out of MilkiCow. No proxies, no cheeses, no aggression yet. And welcome one and all to El Dorado. Again, this is one of the more unusual maps in the map pool and often vetoed as a result. There are mineral walls, very similar to Golden Wall back in the day, or even Alkionim more recently. There are minerals here towards the center that you can mine through to gain access towards the southern half of the map, and this is where all the gold bases are. We have gold bases towards the left, towards the right, towards the center as well. Very valuable locations. And likewise, we have seen a lot of Terran players expand towards their opponents, towards the south, and make use of that to be able to reduce the time it takes to get across the map and turn this into like a 3-base 8-racks all-in, especially with the gold minerals. When you go for an 8-racks anyway, you don't take your gases. You don't need gases. It's just purely mineral, purely marine based, and it can get out of hand. Likewise, we could also expand away from each other. We can expand towards the top side instead to give each other more breathing room and be more defensive. And build up towards a longer game stage. We can see here MilkiCow does check. Does check the wall before pulling away. As it looks like YoungYakov, without working on that wall, is looking to expand towards the top side instead. Reaper dips in. Dancing with the Lings. Standstills trade. Gets one, gets two. Two Lings going down. Delayed third base at YoungYakov, but it is still on the way. Third base is being taken. Oh! Good, be forced back. It's going to be forced back behind this, and here we do have a third CC before Starport. Let's go. Last game, as a reminder, we had a 1-1-1 more aggressive build getting to Banshees. This time, third CC, more economic opener out of our Terran. So economic start from MilkiCow. Likewise, delayed third base out of YoungYakov. But we can now settle in. We'll be droning, taking our creep. I'm most curious as to where MilkiCow takes the third. Based on its positioning here, he can still expand towards the right-hand side and even towards the gold. Curious if he will. So we'll see where he does float the CC over. Overlord is in position, checking the vision. YoungYakov, he did get eyes on the third CC, so he knows it is the economic build. And I'm sure he's poised to scout for where it lands. It's going to be all over that. Meanwhile, MilkiCow, he will gain map control, opening up Hellion Banshee. With this, his goal should be to contain and potentially get some drone kills. Be rotating between the bases. It's going to be him to check saturation, to make sure that YoungYakov is actually droning. Make sure there's no hidden tech like an early Roach Warren. Overlord dips in. And confirms reactor on the factory. Confirms there's no 3CC211. And there are Cloak Banshees. He does see the researching tech lab. Is aware of the cloak. Is aware. Lair first. Going for the lair first. Going for a relatively safe opener here. This should be lair first into a Baneling Nest, into delayed Evo chambers. Prioritizing Baneling speed. Less so 1-1. So overall pretty safe and standard play here from YoungYakov. Keeping it with the Hellions. They bring down the Tumor. There's that Baneling Nest as we mentioned. So this Baneling Nest is lined up with the lair, so you can start Baneling speed as quickly as possible. And again, it's just a really safe way to play. Does ensure that you have Baneling speed in time for any kind of early push. Likewise, also means that if there was something like a Hellbat aggression, then you'd be somewhat ready for it as well. Downside is delayed 1-1. And delayed Evo chambers. Meanwhile, Ling's out of position. Hellions, they go for the dive. They dive into the mineral line. Drone's going to get roasted. Actually heading into the main. Zukimi, they do dive in. Boys being pulled away. Lings are falling behind. And so far, no major damage. Oh my god. Yeah, workers, they line up. Oh, barely no other shots though. 6 drones, that could have been so much worse. 6 workers go down, mass around. Oh my god. Banshee's there overextend. 1 Banshee falls already. Getting only 1 drone. And MilkiCow, he barely does miss the tech. He does miss the Spire. So Ling Bane not into Hydras, not into upgrades, into Spire tech. I was actually about to mention that I was surprised there was no Evo chambers. I was really shocked. I was like, there should be Evo chambers by now. Where are the upgrades? What's going on? Well, we see why. Delayed Evo chambers for instead Mutas. So Ling Bane into Muta here from YoungYakov. At the same time, Ling's a counterattack. There is a full wall, and MilkiCow, he will expand towards the north side. It doesn't expand towards his opponent. Getting to his own bio. Now, rushing into mutas like this is risky, but so far unscattered. So far it is unscattered, and as a result it has potential to pop off, to wreak havoc across the map. As a reminder, here on El Dorado, it is short rush distance by air. Very short by air. So there's potential. How many racks? It's 5. MilkiCow, he has a 5-rack setup. Mutas are on the way. 7 mutas, that is enough to one-shot. To one-shot SCVs, I mean. MilkiCow is being active. Bailings are on the way. Bailing speed is done. It's going to be done. MilkiCow looking for a cancel. Oh, can he get it? He can. Nice cancellation. Mutas, they are not yet revealed. Yeah, there we go. Are now revealed. Diving on top of the army. Chasing down the medevacs. And instantly turrets. Turrets are on the way. 1 in each mineral line. MilkiCow racing back. Forced to unload. Comes in to reinforce. The medevac goes down. Nice target firing. Gets to all those mutas. But we'll still lose that medevac, and YoungYakov is going for the kill, going straight for the natural. Bailing's rolling in. Oh my god. And he will connect. Nice save. Oh my god, only 3 SCVs. Does save the workers, does lifts, but despite that, the natural is under control of the Zerg. Yeah, depots are going down. Upgrades as well. Takes down an eBay. Rotates over towards that 3rd. Gets another tank. Mutas are going down, but despite that, there's no support, no medevacs. They're now boosting in. Despite that brutal damage, he lives. Once again evacuates. Can only evacuate so much. CC goes down. And YoungYakov, he's done it. He's broken the 3rd. He's broken the natural as well. Depots are going down. This is brutal damage. MilkiCow, he does hold on to that 3rd base though. Does save it, but at a cost of 19 SCVs. Ay, ay, ay. And behind this, YoungYakov just droning. He's just droning up, just saturating. +1 air attack is on the way. Hydrogen as well. I mean, mutas are amazing at harassing, but less so when it comes to engaging with the main army. Has to pull away. Cannot commit. And YoungYakov, he's done with mutas. He's going into Hydra. Lings, they hit the 3rd base once again. They just keep going. They just keep going. Oh no. 8 more SCV kills. And YoungYakov is up to 89. Almost 90. Almost 90 workers essentially here for YoungYakov. You just say pull away. YoungYakov against supply blocks, 7 overlords in production. We're gonna focus on his ground army. We're done with the mutas. They've done their job. And MilkiCow stuck at home is the problem here. He's stuck at home, and sure, MilkiCow, he can try to recover and try to turtle, but the reality is that YoungYakov is about to max out. He's about to max. Thankfully, he's not avoiding his tech. It is late, the infestation pit, I mean. So late pit, late hive, but is taking up nonetheless. And YoungYakov should be the first to max. And when he does, he should be moving in. Should be pressing that advantage. As we have MilkiCow going for the double drop. Okay, it's going to be spotted. And Yakov's in position. That's MilkiCow going for another drop towards the top side. Towards that mineral line. And Yakov tries to commit. Peels off a couple of units. So far he's keeping up. Not bad. Tapping the army. Macho goes up. Takes down some banelings. Oh, and YoungYakov is overextending here. He does take down 2 tanks though. Takes down 2 tanks. Takes down a handful of SCVs. Still an expensive trade. He's back at home trying to keep up. Shuts down the bio. Deflector drops. And Yakov's still maxed out. And now here comes that hive. Hive is finishing. Lurker Den on the way. More than anything here, YoungYakov is missing Vipers. Vipers would be ideal to break these siege lines. And break these positions. Then committing in. Mine shots going up. Using connections. But again, there's just an overwhelming amount of Hydras. They take down the first door. Points being pulled away. The banelings! Oh my god, massive connections. Maybe they shut down the mineral line. 22 SCVs going down. Ay, ay, ay. Again, the center base is just so exposed, so vulnerable. And YoungYakov, he does start to step in. I think this is a bit much. He may lose his Hydras here. Expensive trade. And it's going to be a one-way trip. Leads out most of his Hydras. The reinforcements have arrived. They're trickling in. It's going to be a messy fight here for YoungYakov. But he does get on top of the tank. Now pulls away. Does pull back. Again, not the most efficient of fights, but I mean, YoungYakov, he can afford it. He's on 94 workers. He can rebuild. He can remax to his heart's content. MilkiCow, lesser. He's just struggling to keep his head above water. Down to 51 SCVs. Oh. Piling in. Oof, brutal mind connection. By a little bit of time. As YoungYakov's still building up. Still collapsing in. Line shots, they're decent here. And Lee Main does struggle. But he takes down the CC, that's a kill. It's going to be a kill in the orbital. Lee Main into the mineral line. 8 SCV kills. And this is all that YoungYakov needs. Kills the 4th base, slips into the mineral line. That's the main that's floating over. That's how desperate MilkiCow is. And again, his tournament life is on the line. There's no lower brackets. There's no safety net behind this. It's all or nothing. MilkiCow, he wants to believe. He wants to believe. Let's go. They collapse on the tanks. That's 1, 2, 3 tanks going down. Yeah, they're just so exposed. There's just no support. No support for the tank. Slings a flood into the natural, into the third. And GG gets called. MilkiCow, he taps out, and YoungYakov will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the lower bracket finals. GG. GG, well played, YoungYakov. He will claim the series, will advance on. My condolences to MilkiCow. He played well here in this series to, even start things off with a lead, of course, with that 1-0 advantage. Coming into game 2, coming into game 3, alas, YoungYakov was able to get the better of him. I'll be honest, things were looking quite good for MilkiCow on Abyssal Reef. And then the Nidus. Remember, it all came down to the Nidus Storm in the main base, which did complete, and that ended the game then and there. Here in game 3, a little bit different here. We saw YoungYakov be quite successful when it comes to deflecting the initial aggression, the initial Hellion run by, the Banshees as well, which led into him gaining map control, and was able to catch MilkiCow with his pants down. GG. GG, well played. Whew. And I believe that leads us to our next series. Leads us into our next series here. There it is. We have our top 3. We have our top 3 players. Wayne has some downtime. Wayne, he can go and get some food, get some rest. He can drain his disruptors. He can massage his marines, and he can tuck in his tempest. Meanwhile, we are focusing on our next series. Best of 5 ZVP rematch. Let's go. Do you have a rematch here? In that low bracket finals, vetoes are underway, and we have 2 series remaining. 2 series left. I would totally watch if you would go full degenerate. No shot, no shot. I tried yesterday, but I was just so fatigued. It's less so about the time of the event. It's more so about the amount of events that we're casting. Our schedule's full as it is. This is our this is our second cast back to back, and covering a 3rd event. No shot, no shot. I don't have it in me, unfortunately. Especially if I want to be well rested for the Wardy TV Monday. So it's a lot to cover, a lot to cast, as always. Again, Wardy TV Monday is going to be tomorrow at 9 p.m. KST, or I guess later tonight at 9 p.m. KST. So ideally, I want to be well rested for that. Ideally. Regardless, GG well played. YoungYakov, he does claim it, and we are now getting ready for that best of 5. Vetoes are underway as we speak. And this is a rematch. For those that weren't here, we didn't get to cast it ourselves. Power did defeat YoungYakov 2-0 already earlier in the bracket. Scrolling on over, you can see here in the first round, YoungYakov versus Power was in the quarterfinals in the upper bracket, and Power did 2-0. Will he do it again? Can YoungYakov take a map? Can he make a series out of this? YoungYakov, I think I would favor him against Wayne. I say favor him a little bit more than Power, against Wayne, as YoungYakov actually did defeat Wayne in the group stage, was able to bring him down, so has already looked solid against him. We also saw him take down Wayne in the best of 7. This was in Fire Cup number 4, if I'm not mistaken, was a couple of months ago, but YoungYakov did defeat Wayne in that best of 7, looking very strongly, very powerful in that series. Was, I'll be honest, one-sided, but getting there is the issue. Getting there is the problem. As we are setting up. Likewise, we are going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a very short break here. We need a little bit of time to set up for the vetoes and set up for the finals. Our players are asking for a moment, which is more than acceptable. It's all good. Players that need some time. So we'll be back soon in a couple of minutes with YoungYakov versus Power. Coming up next. See you soon. Oh. See you soon. and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OST. I do apologize for the extended downtime, but we are here, we are back, and we are nearing the end of the broadcast. We have 2 matches left, 2 series remaining. We are here with the lower bracket finals, and ahead of us is the grand finals. Wayne is waiting for the winner of this series, of this best of 5. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the Blue Protoss player representing Alien Esports. It is Power. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Red Zerg player looking for revenge, as this is a rematch from an earlier series in the playoff bracket. It is YoungYakov. Hello there. As YoungYakov, he's opening up with a hatch block, bearing in mind there's no pool behind this. There's no 12 pool, it's not an all-in. This is a way to disrupt the economy of your opponents. Here we go. Also, before I get ahead of myself, if you're in the chat, predictions are up and running. Get your gamba going here, as you can place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat. As a reminder, this is a prediction for the entire series, not of just the game, so best of luck. Best of luck with those predictions. Coming into this, I do favor Power, but I know that YoungYakov has it in him to make a series out of this and to get his revenge. I want to believe. I want to believe. Otherwise, we are going to be settling in. Gate into Cybercore. Zealots on the way. Boys are being pulled to focus on this hatchery as best we can to eventually expand. And again, this hatchery should not complete. It should not finish. Should be cancelled. And then we could try to go for a gas steal, but last gas is now taken from Power. Oh. And there's a cancel. Whew. Does cancel in time, thankfully. No kill. Drone is forced back, and now we can expand. We can see we're going for the gas, but alas, the gas has already been taken, and Power is secure. Ooh. As YoungYakov forsake the unnatural natural. There was a probe in position, and now going for the proxy into the main. Bold move. Bold move here by YoungYakov. Going for the proxy hatchery. Now, Power should be aware that the probe is missing. I was going to say he should be aware that the drone is missing. And there we go. Now he does notice the expansion, notice the hatchery, and he does pull the boys. Adept is going to be committing across the map. Zealot as well. That means there's less to defend. But he's applying pressure. He's applying pressure to the expansion. Link speed is on the way, pulls out of gas. We have Links amassing here for YoungYakov. And he's looking to commit. Oh, no, never mind. He's droning. Okay. He's droning up behind this. Adept does commit to the shade. Get shut down. And will be surrounded. Whew. Yeah, clutch around there from YoungYakov. Power did overextend. Getting a lot of damage done here on the hatchery. But Power should not get a kill. Should not kill the expansion. Links are moving out. More links are on the way. Hatchery can complete, but we should force a cancel though. Oh, does finish. And that's going to be a kill on the hatchery. We have a couple of links on the way. There's a kill. Broodlings they surround. And they barely do not get the Zealots. Whew. And that was not worth it, to be honest. Like YoungYakov to get 2 links in the main to kill 1 Zealot, not worth it here whatsoever. That was a big investment. Links they try to flood in. Oracle's halfway done. There's the recall, saving the Adept. Does save the Adept. 1 probe goes down. Adept should survive. And the Oracle pops out. And with that Power, he defends. Does defend. He was forced to fully wall off, which means he has to bring down his own base. His own expansion. But I'll be honest, this has been a bit of a shaky start here. On the one hand, yes, YoungYakov, he is now able to drone. He has bases, taking a 3rd base as well. He can saturate, that's all true. But looking at the results tab, that was 11 workers going down. The base is the biggest one. Hatchery fell as well. Hatchery did fall. That was a big loss there for YoungYakov. And because of all those things, that also did delay saturation for the Zerg player as well. As a result, I do want to give the edge to Power instead. Power getting his 3rd base. Does have a comparable, if not greater, economy here. And we'll see what Power can get done. So he does move out. Does move out across the map. Heads for the mineral line, spores in position, and the Oracle does take some hull damage. Goes for the relation and pulls away. YoungYakov holds. Does hold for now. Still droning, still saturating. There we go, Lair at the natural. Lair is morphing in. Now taking gases. We'll see if YoungYakov goes for a safety roach. Oh, he does. I was going to say safety roach warren. Does go for the roach warren. No Evo chamber. And YoungYakov, he could commit here into Roach Ravager. I think it's talk about it, but welcome 102 Wisps of Gold. A very small map, a very aggressive map as well. I mean, we've already seen some aggression out of YoungYakov. Short rush distance by ground, and the third base is less defendable. Is more exposed. What I'm getting at, we'll see if YoungYakov cuts workers at some point and commits into an all-in. We shall see. For now, he's getting a fourth. This could just be for Larva. Is taking extra gases, though. He's getting up to 6 gases. A lot of gas. And he's getting upgrades. Plus on range. Roach speed as well. Stasis is going to be going up. Up! Does connect! And decent connection. Oracle escapes. Another Stasis on the right-hand side. And YoungYakov, he's struggling. Another Stasis as well. We saw this against Wayne. Doesn't reset, though. Despite that, workers are getting caught. And the economy is being disrupted. No major damage, no major losses. But economic damage nonetheless. As he does get eyes on the roaches, is aware. Power pulls away. Standard follow-up, we have +1, we have Blink, Robo as well. This should be for immortal production. As roaches are massing. YoungYakov, he so far is not running up his fourth. He's up to 67 workers at his 3-base economy. He's on a 3-base economy. And that's Overlord Speed. He's going for the all-in. Overlord Speed is on the way. What is this for? German Taxi. He's going for a German Taxi. Setting up Jumper Lords. Queens are going to be moving out. Roaches as well. Oh, as we're spending a lot of energy here on clearing up creep. Here come the Drop Lords that we did mention. And here comes the 3-base all-in. Again, no saturation whatsoever at the fourth. Just for Larva. And Power is not fully aware. He's not fully aware what's going on. He doesn't see the push. Is thankfully making some immortals, but he needs more time. Has all the cannons and shield batteries on the way. And YoungYakov, he's here to break through. Stasis is denied. Roaches, they start to step in. There's a pulse high beam. On the roaches, Stasis gets triggered, gets baited. And the immortal is going to be targeted down. And with that, YoungYakov, he's breaking through. Takes down the immortal. Breaking through the stalkers as well. Ay. And brutal pickoffs. And YoungYakov, yeah, he's done it. At this one, he does break through. Power just wasn't ready. He wasn't expecting this. He was taking up into a Temple Archives, into a second Robo. Nobody needed. GG gets called, and YoungYakov, he catches Power with his pants down, and will take game number 1. GG. YoungYakov does take a lead. Again, just committing into a 3-base all-in. Power, he did not notice the lack of saturation. He did not see the army moving out. Power, because of that, he was throwing down tech. He was throwing down a second Robo or Temple Archives. He was investing in things that weren't really helping him with the defense. Because he didn't know. Didn't know what was going on. Was unaware. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into our next game. Jumping into game number 2. Now, what I will say about what we just saw here on Whispers of Gold is that this kind of all-in here is favored on this map. We just mentioned Whispers of Gold. It is a very small map, short rushes by ground. Because of that, all-ins are favored. They hit just more powerfully. They're just more impactful. They're more successful. On some of these larger maps, less so. So, strong start here from YoungYakov. I did favor him on these smaller maps. Here, coming into Ley Lines, I'm less confident. We'll see. Ley Lines is still a smaller map, larger than Whispers of Gold, but still small compared to some of the other maps in the map pool. We'll see if YoungYakov goes for another all-in. We'll see if Power is able to recognize what's going on. As spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player. The blue Protoss representing Alien Esports down in the series, dropping his first map against his opponent here tonight. We'll see if he can recover. It is Power for Alien Esports. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player. We have the red Zerg taking a lead in this series. And can he keep this going? Can he get his revenge? It is YoungYakov. Can he redeem himself? As he does open up. Goes for the natural. And this time, no proxy hatchery. There's no hatch block. Not this time. Power dips in. Does confirm that this time there is a hatchery on the low ground. And can now rest easy. As a reminder, again, the opener of last game was very shaky with the initial hatchery, with the proxy hatchery, I should say, with the hatch block, with the Ling Flood, with the initial Zealots and Adepts. Like, it was just a shaky start. This time, a lot more standard. This time, a lot more stable. Power just being as annoying as possible. It's going to be forced back. From here, we'll see if either player does deviate. Now, I don't really expect Power to really change things up too much. Like, we're expecting Stargate into Oracle into +1 and Blink, like relatively standard and meta style. It's from the side of YoungYakov where I'm curious. We already saw an all-in last game. Here on ley lines, all-ins can be effective as well. It is a little bit more difficult though. The rush distance by ground on this map is longer. Likewise, there is a ramp coming into the third base, so this position is more defendable as well. All-ins can still work, but again, the map is working against you. It takes that much more to overcome that. Takes that much more. For the time being, there is that Stargate. Stargate opener for Power. And Yakov back at home. Getting to link speed, throwing down his third base, droning up. Nothing crazy yet. Again, early game ZVP is, again, relatively... That's what I'm looking for. God, it's getting late here, getting late. Relatively samey, like, there's not really too much deviation here. We're dipping in with a couple of Adepts, we can threaten Shades. We can maybe commit. It's on YoungYakov to keep up, and we just drone. We just drone from here. There's not too much diversity, there we go, when it comes to early game ZVP. I mean, I say that, last game we did have a proxy hatchery, so I mean, in one sense there is. Adepts they get into the middle line, they get 2 drones, but they're going to be shut down. Not the best trade from Power, trading 1 for 1. Sure was hoping for a little bit more. Oracle rolls in. So far the Queens are keeping up. So far so good for YoungYakov. Does go for a bit of a Ling runway. Hits the third. And can potentially get the pylon. Where's the Oracle? Yeah, Oracle's out of position. Pylon goes down. Nice little pickoff. Brings down the pylon. Can ideally bait out the pulsar beam. And threaten the third. Speaking of... Oh. Force back. This time we do have a delayed Roach Warren. This time faster Evo Chamber. This should be for +1 melee. And we actually might just completely skip the Roach Warren entirely. There we go. Melee is on the way. Again, the reason for melee is to actually allow you to rely on just purely Lings to be aggressive and to defend and to be active. It does give them that advantage that they need, as opposed to going for a Roach opener instead. So it should just be Lings into Hydras. technically Spire and Muta play is an option, but it's very risky. Very risky. We shouldn't see it here. As Oracles get across the map. Once again, going for the Stage Traps. This time they are denied. Another Stasis here at the natural. And this does feel like a stylistic choice here from Power. We saw it against Wayne. We saw it in game 1 as well against YoungYakov. Oh, Stasis will complete. But again, more heavily relies on these Stage Traps coming back in. Not quite as successful. Ah, 4v1 sort of thing. Shame on you. This Power, he defends against the Stasis. Roach Warren was thrown down. Interesting. And Yakov playing safe. Doesn't skip his Roach Warren. Roach speed on the way as well. Going to be committing. Going to be investing. Slings a threat and a dive. Is there any upper bracket advantage in this tournament? That is a good question. I believe there should be. Double checking here. Yes, the player that comes in from the upper bracket, which is Wayne, will have a 1-0 advantage. As the walls at the wall, Lings, they flood in. They flood into the mineral line. Pro's going to be going down. Likewise, Lings is the main. We depower everything. The Arceus Pylon. Blink is denied. +2 is denied. And just like that, in one fell swoop, YoungYakov, he's just all over Power. He's all over the bases. Yeah, Probe's still going down. 8 probe kills, getting another pylon. Barely doesn't depower the gateways in the main. But still a massive delay here on Blink. And Power behind this on a 3-base economy, building up his Lings. Hydras as well. More importantly, that +2 timing, it's a ways off. Well, aye. It's going to be so heavily delayed. And you can see here, YoungYakov, he could be droning. He could be droning up and could be getting his 4th base saturated. He is not. He's not droning. He's cutting workers at 68 and he's getting ready for the second wave, for the second push. YoungYakov is gearing up. Once again, another Ling run by. Hits the 3rd. Stalker's moving in. Power is all in. It's all or nothing for Power. YoungYakov is ready for this. Ooh. Diving on the Stalkers, trading well. Shutting him down. Oracle does fall. And he can just keep going. He can just keep pushing. Ooh, takes down the Oracle. And Power, he just doesn't really have anything left behind this. Remember, he barely has an economy to begin with. Down to 58. Link is done, but +2 just now halfway done. Still building up. And YoungYakov is trading well. He's trading well with the army. Pulling back once again. Now finally, YoungYakov is droning. He is finally saturating. And no! Once again. The wall is open. Probes aren't going down. YoungYakov, he's been amassing outside the bases. He's pushing in. In between both the natural and the 3rd. Files connect. Going for the production, going for the robo. And it does get depowered. There is no immortal. And Power, he just cannot fight this. Not here. Not like this. Not anymore. Prism goes down. He's down to a handful of Stalkers remaining. He has Blink this time at least. But GG gets called. It's not enough. And YoungYakov takes a 2-0 lead. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Both in game 1 and game 2, YoungYakov, hyper aggressive, is able to gain a lead early on. Here, or in game 1, of course, was a big all-in on Whispers of Gold. Game 2, we saw YoungYakov popping off with that Link Flood, then into a 3-base all-in, as he did cut workers and never joined up his 4th base, just committed then and there. So far, GG. GG, well played. A very aggressive, very successful damage so far, but I'm curious about what the map is going to be. Coming into game 3, I do feel like maps like Ley Lines, maps like Whispers of Gold, Ultra Love, alongside that as well, are going to be favoring these more aggressive builds. Where are we dropping next? Where are we dropping? Ooh, larger map, King's Cove. This is where power can thrive. If you remember, this was actually around the time that Wardy raided, so for those of you that maybe weren't here before the raid, then at least you are aware, King's Cove was the game where we had a 40-minute game between Wayne and Power, where he was able to get into his late game, able to out-trade and out-maneuver Wayne multiple times. That's potentially, I would say, where he does hit his stride. That's where he wants to get. Oh boy. So, as opposed to on these smaller maps, now that we're getting into a larger map, this is where I do favor Power. I feel like Power's strengths do lie in the mid to late game. If he can get there, if he can get to a proper 4-race economy, then he can start getting out of hand. But he hasn't gone there yet. This series, these matches have been very fast. He just hasn't been able to get a proper economy going. And this could be it. This could be his moment. Likewise, I feel like YoungYakov has to take a different approach. I don't like the idea of being aggressive on 3 bases on this map. I think that can be a bit of a trap, a bit of a bait, and you can fall behind. YoungYakov is not one to really embrace the late game too much, but it might be wiser to play towards a later game. We'll see. We'll see how he does approach King's Cove as our players are getting ready. But just to reiterate, I believe someone did ask about the advantage that you have coming in from the upper bracket, but yes, there is a 1-point advantage from the upper bracket. So Wayne, technically, regardless of how he's of who he's up against, he's up 1-0. He's up 1-0. Whether it's against YoungYakov or against Power. I know that some tournaments they have like a setup here for like another match afterwards, like another best of 3 or best of 1 as a decider. Not here. Just a score advantage. Also, fun fact, I can see the sun rising. Oh no. Those are curious, it is 6 a.m. It is 6 a.m. here in Australia. The sun is rising. It's a brand new day. Let's go. We're still good. We're okay. We're okay. We can make it. We can make it. Oh boy. Meow. Quack. 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 But it does look like YoungYakov needs some time here. Looks like he does need a moment. All good. All good. But I feel like this map is going to be a crucial one here for Power. I was about to say, like, this is, his moment to bounce back, but he has to, right? He's down 2-0. It's a best of 5. One more loss, and he is out of the event. And Power, he's already done so well for himself, making it this far into the top 3. Taking down bigger veterans here in the scene. But now struggling in the lower bracket. Struggling. Again, I feel like part of that is the maps, is the styles he's been up against. These more aggressive builds. We'll see. As here we go. We're now getting into Game 3. Potentially the final game of the series. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for a Game 4, a Game 5. But the pressure is now on Power. Here we go. Here we go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of King's Cove, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Alien Esports, down heavily in the series. Now is the time. The pressure's on the SFI back here and now to make a series out of this. It is Power. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent leading the series 2-0, the red Zerg player. It is YoungYakov. One more game is all he needs to claim this best of 5. But now we load into King's Cove, one of the largest maps in the map pool. You don't get much larger than this outside of Neoviolet Square and Abyssal Reef. As you can see here, large map, a lot of bases, and likewise a little more defendable here on your 3-base setup as well. There's a reason why we did embrace a 40-minute game earlier between Wayne and Power, and I hope he's ready to do that again. potentially. And my biggest concern is that is usually where YoungYakov is at his weakest. I mean, we've seen him be hyper-aggressive so far in the series and be quite successful. But if he attempts and fails in the aggression, he will fall behind. Likewise, I don't know how comfortable he is getting to a more standard macro game against Power, as I feel like that's where Power typically does upset YoungYakov. Is where he can cause those upsets. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on YoungYakov. Now, there are other kind of cheeky ways you can play out on King's Cove. One of them here would be to play into Muta. True, would be to get into Spire Tech, to try to keep your tech hidden, of course, get it to a 3-base economy and go mass Muta and try to overwhelm and pull your opponent apart. That is definitely a viable option here on King's Cove. We saw something similar previously on El Dorado in the ZVT. On a different map, my apologies. Otherwise, 3-base all-ins can work decently well here depending on how you approach things. Basically, as we led into the map, it is very defendable on 3 bases. Your 3rd base here is on the same point of elevation as your natural. Your natural can be fully walled off here with the bare minimum amount of buildings, so it is easier to kind of wall off and to centralize and to focus your defenses at your 3rd base instead, where there's likewise another ramp coming in. As a result, it can be quite difficult to break a 3-basing player, but it is easier to break a player taking the 4th. You know, when Power does attempt to take a 4th base, that can be where YoungYakov kind of bides his time and fights then and there instead, trying to lure the army into the open out onto the low ground. That would be the idea. We'll see if we can get there. But now, Stargate open it into Oracle. Oracle's on the way, and Power will expand. Just setting up for his 3rd. Likewise, YoungYakov joining up, taking his own 3rd base. Ooh, and that is an insanely fast lair. Oh my god. 335 lair timing out of YoungYakov. And we mentioned earlier that Muta play is viable here on this map and is definitely something that we could embrace. Are we feeling Mutas? Well, because this is so fast. Okay, Link Speed. Link Speed was researched, which means technically this could be a Link Queen Nidus all-in. This could be Link Queen Nidus. Overlords are pushing a little bit farther forward. Likewise, no additional gases. My eyes are on YoungYakov. What's it going to be? I'm leaning towards either Spire play or Link Queen Nidus. As we have more Links on the way, Queens as well. Show us that Nidus Worm. Still building up. Otherwise, we would see extra gases here. Oracle dipping in between the bases. Gets it. Oh, barely does not get a drone. And there's the Nidus. Now, my biggest concern here, Power, he did not scout the main. He doesn't see the lair timing. Again, it was an insanely fast lair. And Power doesn't know. Power, he doesn't check. He sees nothing. And this will be a surprise. This will catch him off guard. The question becomes, where's it going to be? We have an Overlord making his way into the main. We have an Overlord here outside of the natural. Alas, there is no dead space. Power, he sees everything. Lings, they distract. And that would be the ideal. Distract the Protoss at the 3rd. And Nidus into the main. These Lings, they seem a bit premature. They get a bit of hull damage. They get some hull damage on the pylon. There it is. Nidus into the main. And Power, he notices. He does pull the boys. Ideally, there would have been a distraction. No distraction. Oracle dives in. The Nidus is going to finish. Uh-oh. Only for a second, though. Yeah, it is cleaned up. It is shut down. And yeah, YoungYakov tries again, this time outside of the natural. Outside of the 3rd. They break forward. Using either shield battery. Nidus does complete. Queen's on the way, they're waddling in. It's all or nothing for YoungYakov. He commits to the all-in. Behind this, a wall side defense. That is here behind the natural. Oracle putting in a lot of work. A shield battery as well. Alas, everything is depowered. Shield batteries are denied. The Queens, they just hop on over towards the natural base. Denying more mining time. And came with the production. One Queen going to be abandoned. One Queen goes down. Pylon does full. Nice force field on the ramp. Nicely done. But the natural is going to go down. Massive pickup. Okay, there's no saving this Nexus. Nice in the main. Just distracts. Just distract. Ooh, there is an opening. Sentry gets targeted. Lings, they can try to flood in. A little bit of a messy assault here from YoungYakov. Lings, they peel off towards both sides. There's that blink. Power down to 10. Only 10 here though. And Queens, they're waddling on forward. As many Queens as there are Stalkers. Nice opposition Micro. Takes down six workers. Likewise, Power just microing as hard as he can here, preserving those Stalkers. And from here, YoungYakov, he backs off. He pulls away. Spinning creep on the right hand side. Power going for a ninja base. And can Power recover? Whew. He holds. Does hold on. Lane control was good enough to survive. Now hunting down the Nidus Worms. But again, there's creep beside this as well. Nidus Worms are going down. And behind this, YoungYakov is running. He's running up double gas into double expanding, 4th and 5th base. Still has a ways to go to get into a stable economy. But YoungYakov, he's getting there. Yakov is getting there. Just taking into Hydras, maintaining map control. There's still just so many tumors. There's just so much creep. And still ain't any kind of expansion. We still have active tumors in the main. Spreading away from the Protoss. Active tumors finally going down. And again, YoungYakov, he doesn't have to push in. He's done enough damage. He doesn't have to throw away supply trying to break this location. The ninja base might be a factor, though. This is a bit of an X factor here for Power. If YoungYakov is too passive, then this base wouldn't just pay for itself. It could even give Power a lead. Still needs more time. Still building up. They do poke in, they take down the gateway, forcing a cancel. YoungYakov still rotating, still containing, at least trying to. Believes he is not. He will move in. Takes down the cannon. Cannot quite engage with the main army though. Okay, rough losses here for YoungYakov. Leaving out a handful of roaches. Another roach going down, 4 in total. So YoungYakov pulls away. And thankfully he's been droning. He's up to 83 workers now. Hive is almost done. Lurker Den's on the way. And because of the early advantage, and because, again, Power, his build has been disrupted and slowed down, tells me that YoungYakov should be able to race his way and rush into Lurkers without too much issue. He's far enough ahead. Scaling up. Takes down the gateway. Takes down one, going for the other. bad. So he rotates. Not trading too well here, bleeding out some Hydras. But regardless, he's maxed. Yeah, he's maxed out. Can't afford to trade inefficiently. If only he knew about the... if only he knew. If only he knew about the ninja. If only. Fully saturated base. Despite that, he does slow step in. Catches out the High Templar, the Stalkers, one after the other. Oracle as well. As with that Yang... Oh, he finds it! Oh, my apologies. Does find the base. There's that recall. Does come across top right. And with that YoungYakov, he's still in control. Okay, he's in control here. You have 10 Lunkers being morphed in. Morphing in 15 Lurkers. Moving out. Does move out. Does threaten the dive. Nidus into the main, distracting power. And he's breaking through. Takes down the rocks. Busts into the natural. Lurkers are here. And power he just can't engage. Does have Storm, not bad. Storms, they pop up. Oh my god, the Storm of the Lings! Very efficient Storms. Despite that, still rough losses. Oh my god, the Immortals go down. They were within range. They were stacked up. Likewise, 13, 14 pro kills. And GG gets called. Becomes too much to handle, and YoungYakov, despite the size of the map, does commit here to the cheese, to the aggression, to the Nidus all in, and he does overpower power. GG. It's not an intentional pun. I was like... But he was overpowered, and GG, well played. YoungYakov, he will be able to overwhelm, and he will be able to take the series 3-0. GG, very impressive performance considering how the series went previously, both in this month and even in months past. I would imagine that in the first series that they played each other, we did see more passive play, more macro play instead from both players, and as a result, Power was able to embrace his more late game composition and just snowball out of control. Here, just all in after all in, all in after all in, aggression after aggression here from YoungYakov, both game 1, game 2, and game 3 as well. And with that, GG. GG, well played. It was just really unlucky here for Power. As a reminder, remember, it all began with the 235 lair timing into Nidus all in. And if you remember, the Oracle barely did not scout the main base. So despite how early the lair was, alas, Power didn't know. Power, he did not know the timing. He was not aware of the early lair. He did not know that he was in danger of aggression until it was already revealed. By then, too late. By then, too late. GG, well played. YoungYakov will claim the series, and we are getting ready here for the grand finals. It's going to be a rematch of Code for Giants Cup from a couple of months ago, Code for Giants Cup number 4. It is going to be a ZVZ between YoungYakov and Wayne. Let's go. We're getting ready here for the grand finals. And someone was asking earlier, there's going to be a best of 7 grand finals with a 1-0 advantage to Wayne. It's going to be that advantage. Here we go. Is it already Monday in Australia? Yes. It's already Monday here. Fun fact, Pegasaur Monday is on Tuesday here in Australia. The Monday night weeklies are on Tuesday, not on Monday here. Aye. Just as a fun fact. As we are getting ready for those finals, vetoes are underway, and we can take a moment here to go on a short break. To get ready here for those finals, to freshen up a little bit as well. Again, I'm a little bit fatigued, not gonna lie. A little bit, but we'll be fine. We'll be fine for the finals. We'll get there. Best of 7. We're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have the grand finals. See you soon. See you soon. welcome back everyone, welcome back to Los Grand Finales. So the grand finals here of Fire Cup number 7. It has been an intense and long event already here. We've been here for 4.5 hours and we finally have our top two players. We have a ZVZ. This is actually a rematch. For those that were here a couple of months ago, Fire Cup number 4, it was these two players as well. So this is a rematch, and as a shout out to MilkiCow, of course, as a reminder, we do begin with a 1-0 advantage for our player from the upper bracket. And spawning in the top left hand corner of King's Cove, we have our blue Zerg player. We have our blue Zerg leading the series 1-0 from the upper bracket. It is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg himself, the challenger, the would-be usurper. He fought hard, clawing his way up from the lower brackets. He is here, he is back down in the series. We'll see if he can recover from that. It is YoungYakov. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Place your bets on who you think will be this month's champion. For those that were not here during Fire Cup number 4, during the previous event where they faced off, this actually went heavily in favor of YoungYakov. YoungYakov, I want to say he took down Wayne 4-1 or 4-2 in a best of 7. It was a crazy result, an impressive display of ZVZ, very intense, very chaotic, but alas, now it is a couple months later. We'll see if history repeats itself or if Wayne is able to redeem himself here in the ZVZ. Let's go. Let us go. Also a big shout out as well to MilkiCow. MilkiCow, of course, he is the organizer of the event, does organize, does fund, and also does cast as well in his own native language. So big shout out to MilkiCow for all that he does for the StarCraft scene, for the StarCraft community. Again, MilkiCow for a long time was a pro player, but in recent months has been branching out a little bit more and investing into running events, into casting, into things still related, of course, to StarCraft, but more so than just competing. So big shout out to MilkiCow for all the support and for the passion as well. Big shout out. As we are settling into our game so far, hatch gas pool, standard openers all around, third base is being taken. Welcome 1-0 to King's Cove. Similar to what we were mentioning earlier in the previous series, how this map is very large, very defendable on 3 bases. Same can be said here in ZVZ, also applicable. As a result, standard openers, no early aggression, not yet, but I do expect aggression at some point in this series. Almost 7 a.m. Beautiful. Here we go. As things they perk out, we do have a link flood coming in from Wayne. Wayne, he does skip the Bailey Nest. No Bailey Nest. We have 20 links on the way. Wayne, he cuts workers. He's going to be committing. Meanwhile, YoungYakov opening up in a more standard fashion. Bailey Nest is in production, and he will have defensive Baileys available. Let's go. Wayne is moving out. It's going to be on YoungYakov to defend. As links are revealed here to the Overlord, he knows. And again, because the rush distance by ground takes a long time to get across the map, and YoungYakov, he will morph in those Bailings. They will finish up in time. Wayne, he peels off towards that natural. Roach Warren behind this for Wayne is skipping Bailings and straight into Link Roach. Does commit. Queens are here. Queens are ready. Couple links slipping in the main. Slipping in the main base. Workers are going to be going down, getting 1 drone so far. That's this round. Does get the surround. Gets a queen. 1 queen goes down. Massive pickoff. Not bad. Nicely done. Behind this drone counts are comparable to each other. Roaches are building up for Wayne. As he once again slips into the main base. Going for the drone. He gets 1. Ooh, just the 1. Gets 1 worker in the main. From here, YoungYakov has still been droning, though he still has a worker lead. Roach Warren now on the way. Question becomes, does Wayne drone or does he commit into Roach aggression? Speaking of, here come the Roaches. They're waddling across the map. Here we go. As Roaches, they do waddle across. Only revealing himself to the Overlord, trying to force an overreaction. I mean, he is forcing that reaction. Lings are amassing. 14 Lings in production. When he pulls back home. Two casts a day. We go. Things they poke in. Oh! They do poke in. Threading a dive. Likewise, Lingbane is amassing. And Wayne, so far with his Roach defense, he should be able to maintain himself. We'll see if YoungYakov can slip into the natural. Roaches are in position, fully walling up that ramp. And so far, Wayne looking solid. And from here can freely drone. It's freely droning up, taking a worker lead. YoungYakov, he scouts, he checks saturation, sees that his opponent is droning. That's a sign to drone as well. So both players are droning up. As things, they do try to engage with the roaches. So far, the wall is solid. Bailing's gonna be rolling in. Oh! Sees connection, but only the one bailing. Just the one. Drones, they survive. And yet, Wayne, he holds. Wayne does hold. Likewise, YoungYakov pulling back. Taking another expansion. Falling behind here in the economy. But we are gearing up towards Roach v. Roach. And Wayne does have an advantage. He's up in upgrades. He has the better economy, so far at least. Getting a 4th base as well, faster than his opponent. Wayne has that slight edge. And it's on YoungYakov to somehow recover here with a run by, with a counterattack. With a better engage. We'll see. We shall see. Are you free tomorrow? I know you said you have stuff going on today. If you're referring to our casts here, we do casts on a daily basis, 2 times a day, every single day. Something that we always bring up here, of course, is we cast more than any other channel out there when it comes to StarCraft. We have the most content, the most casting. Yes. We have the quantity. We have a little bit of the quality, Pappy, a little bit. Aye. But we do have our weekly schedule. We'll be showing it off later. For the time being, there are roaches. They do poke in. Alas, Wayne, he does reinforce, gets us around, and Wayne, he will overwhelm. He will overwhelm the army, shuts down the roaches. YoungYakov starts stepping in, going for the Ravagers, but he will bleed out too much, and Wayne, he will overwhelm. Remember, he already has that 1-0 advantage, and he's looking to extend that lead. He breaks the 4th, and he can keep pushing. Again, YoungYakov just fell behind early on. Perpetually behind here in the workers, in the tech. Wayne did well enough with the initial link blood. You see YoungYakov coming in from behind, attempts to surround. He does attempt, but it's not going to be good enough. Yeah, GG gets called. Wayne, he breaks through the defensive line, and Wayne will take a 2-0 lead. GG. GG, well played. Whew. Does take a 2-0 lead. Again, very intense early game here between Wayne and YoungYakov. We saw Wayne massing up lings. He did force a reaction. He forced an overreaction. Wayne was the first to start droning, the first to begin droning once again, and he was able to get away with droning up, and we saw that YoungYakov was not able to punish that, was not able to get any counter damage with his own Lingbane counterattack. Wasn't able to. With that, GG. With that, GG, well played. Wayne does extend his lead, but as a reminder, best of 7. And what were the... Oh, I guess we had limited vetoes, and up next we have another large map, Abyssal Reef. Let's go. Another larger map in the map pool. Yeah, jumping on in. And again, the pressure's on YoungYakov here. Pressure's on. The sun it's up. It's shining on us. Let's go. Oh no. Despite that, I'm ready for a full series. Take it. Send it all the way. As spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have our Blue Zerg player. Our Blue Zerg leading the series 2-0 in this best of 7. We'll see if we can keep that momentum going here. It is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the red Zerg player. We have the red Zerg down in the series. Still a best of 7, still has some room to work with. We'll see if he can bounce back here and now. It is YoungYakov. In the best of 7, of course, it is first to 4. First to 4 wins. So YoungYakov still has some room to work with, but doesn't want to be forced onto match points. But now Hatch first. Hatch first out of Wayne, Hatch first out of YoungYakov. As a reminder, last game, Wayne, he did skip his Bailey nest. He went for a massive Link Flood early on, and then went for roaches behind it. If you recall, with the initial roach rush, he kind of like feigned an attack. He moved out with 6 roaches, he forced his opponent to make more lings, when really Wayne was droning. Wayne was just droning up behind it. He did a bit of a fake out, pulled back, and was able to get ahead economically and maintain that lead. Maintain. In the aftermath is when we saw YoungYakov try to break the expansions and try to break the ramps, which is when Wayne did trade very well defensively. But now, standard open. Now Hatch Gas Pool out of Wayne, Hatch Gas Pool out of YoungYakov as well. Nothing crazy yet. So far, everything looking as it should. Once again, we'll keep an eye on our players when it comes to their Bailey nest timings, to see if either one does decide to skip their nest and be more aggressive or more greedy. As we are droning. Going to be droning up. A couple of lings do peel off. Just scatter across the map. Wayne going for his third, so is YoungYakov. So far, everything looking as it should. Alright, everything looking normal. Standard. YoungYakov, he can threaten the mineral line. Queen is in position. And Wayne does deflect. Here comes that Bailey nest. This time Wayne does not skip. Does not skip the nest. Neither does YoungYakov. So far, both players mirroring each other. So far, everything looking normal. And from here, we can just drone. We can just drone up. We can saturate our second base, get into our third. We could apply a bit of a Link Bane pressure from here. Otherwise, we could just head into Roach Ravager. As we're keeping an eye on the production tab, keeping an eye on the link count. So far, Wayne fully walling off. Again, this is one of the advantages, or this is a big reason as to why Abyssal Reef is known for being so defensive, is how narrow this ramp is. So Wayne just fully walls off. He just fully walls off. With that, he doesn't have to worry about Ling run-bys or Baneling counterattacks. Is set up. And now he can just fixate his defense here at the third instead. And again, this third base is also very defendable. Limited ways to attack in, to push forward. And we could be in for a long one. We'll see. Roach Horns are on the way. Earlier Evo Chamber here by Wayne, getting to +1 range. Alas, no Evo Chambers out of YoungYakov, so delayed upgrades. Delayed upgrades. Trying to keep up. Wayne gets a full scout. He confirms that, of course, YoungYakov is droning. I say that does cut workers at 44, and that is 8 roaches on the way. Okay, very committed. Very committed here by YoungYakov, massing up 12 roaches now across the map. That's a big investment. And he can always reinforce with lings. And looking more and more like a big all-in here from YoungYakov on 2.5 bases. Now, throughout all of this, Wayne, what's he doing? Droning. He's droning heavily. He's up to 59, soon to be... he's still droning! Yeah, he's still droning up, getting up to 61, 63, 65, 66 even. Full 3-base saturation for Wayne. Ay, ay, ay. Being far too greedy. And YoungYakov, he's going for the all-in. He's down 20 workers. It's all or nothing. That is why there's no Evo Chamber. That's why there's no +1 range here for YoungYakov. He's not concerned about getting to upgrades, about building up his defenses, or I should say, gearing up towards a longer game, because the game is about to end one way or another. Either YoungYakov breaks Wayne or he dies trying. Now he knows. He sees no drones. Basically zero workers here at the third. No saturation. YoungYakov moving in. And Wayne to defend. He's going to need those spine crawlers. Pushing up this gym not going to be easy. Does get some of the Ravagers. One Ravager gets targeted at the miles. Oh my god, massive connections. Very nice connections there from Wayne, but still not going to be enough. Boys are being pulled. And the Roaches are breaking through. And Yakov has his own pass as well. Joins back the drones. Bailey's going to be crashing in. Wayne with a reinforcements gear. Can he hold on? He barely is. It's going to cost him workers, but he can turn them away. He can lose drones. And Wayne is still ahead. He's still up in workers. He barely holds the line. We spoke earlier how defendable this location is. This so narrow ramp. The battles are crazy. And YoungYakov, he's running out of steam. He's running out of steam. It's looking more and more dire here. He's just now droning, but the droning is so delayed. And YoungYakov, how does he bounce back? Spire. Spire is on the way for Mutas. Now, Wayne should know he's ahead. And we should soon be seeing a counterattack. For the time being, he's at least on 2.5 base saturation. Wayne is not droning. Wayne, he should be. He's not droning up his natural. So what's happening here? We go from one all-in to the other. Wayne, he's refusing to drone up. He's making mainly just purely Roach Ravager. And he will soon counterattack. And YoungYakov is in trouble. YoungYakov has to buy time for the Mutas. And even then, it's not going to be easy. As Wayne, he should soon pull the trigger. If he waits for 2-1, which might be the case here, he might just be waiting for his upgrades. If that's the case, then YoungYakov, he has time to make Mutas and to counterattack. He's being given time. Is it enough though? As Wayne is pushing. There we go, 7 Mutas on the way. 8 Mutas even. Overs here into the main. Wayne is being distracted here by the main army. And YoungYakov doing well for himself. Overs here does scout the Spire. Now he knows. Hydra being thrown down. And here comes Wayne. Straight for the third. Mutas will eventually clean this up, but drones are going down. Drones are falling. Roaches, they peel up here towards every mineral line, the natural, the main base, and the third. Queen's going down, and the main army heads towards that third base as well. And YoungYakov is just being pulled apart. He's just being torn apart here. And remember, behind this, Hydra production. Oof. Catching out Overlords. Wayne forcing his way in. He's got the 2-1 upgrades. 0-0 for YoungYakov. And Wayne, he will overwhelm this. He will break through and get into the economy. He's already done crippling damage. And there's 11 Hydras on the way. That's all Wayne needs. He just needs a Hydra production. Queens do go down. Likewise, reinforcements towards that natural. GG gets called as he overwhelms. He breaks through, and Wayne takes a massive 3-0 lead. GG. Yo, he's angry. He's upset. And again, YoungYakov, he was completely all in. I want to say he did a great job at hiding the all in. Remember, he got workers at 44. 44 workers. He was down 20 drones compared to his opponent. And he was supposed to have broken through there, but at the same time, the map was working against him. Remember, the map, Abyssal Reef, is a very large map, likewise very defendable as well. We saw that the all-in arrived and he was trying to force his way up a very narrow ramp. The Biles punished him, the concave was brutal. It's like any kind of all-in off that ramp is just difficult. That the map is working against you there, is working in favor of Wayne. And with that, Wayne has a 3-0 lead. And again, I feel like we haven't been able to really see YoungYakov's final form or real form here, just being forced into these larger maps, forced to play a different style. And the larger maps continue. Up next, we're on Frostline. Oh my god. And spawning in the top right hand corner, of Frostline, we have the blue Zerg player. The blue Zerg leading the series 3-0. One game away from becoming this month's champion. It is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. Oh wait! I didn't realize. Let's go, baby, let's go. Not the first time we've seen this. Like many others here, like Raynor, like Dark, like Clem, he is avoiding the mirror matchup. He's embracing the Protoss. The red Protoss player. No longer Zerg. He's cast aside that facade. It is YoungYakov. Finally showing his true colors. Let's go. Let us go. Again, if you were here for 5 Grow Cup number 6, you would know that YoungYakov, he did play Protoss against GgMaChine, and now he's playing Protoss here against Wayne as well. Pool first. Pool first here out of our Zerg player. Does Wayne notice it's Protoss? I mean, now he does. Pool first out of Wayne. Probe does dip in. Now, if he didn't realize, he's now aware. Oh boy. He's aware of the Protoss. And again, a lot of players in recent times have been skipping their mirror matchup, has been avoiding it by playing Protoss instead. Players like Dark, like Raynor, like Clem as well. Eba alongside them. YoungYakov, another example. Another example of many. Oh boy. And we'll see how he brings this back. Now, when it comes to his previous play as Protoss, from my recollection, just standard play. Like, I'm referring to a Stargate opener into Oracle, into a third base, into +1 and Blink is what we expect out of YoungYakov. We'll see if he deviates. We'll see if he does mix it up. Here we go. As the initial pool first has arrived, chipping away at the wall, at the Cybercore. But the Adept has arrived, and so far, YoungYakov, he holds. Does hold on. Wayne is droning. Wayne is droning up. Getting to link speed. I'm sure Wayne, who was just playing it safe here, which is why we saw the pool first. But won't achieve too much with it. As YoungYakov does defend. Behind this, going for the Stargate. They do sip in. Sip into the natural. In towards the main as well. Looking for probe kills so far. YoungYakov, he does control well. Oh. Does preserve his probes. Oh, that's speed too soon. One probe goes down. He gets one, he gets two. Oh, yeah. 2 probe kills. Nicely done here by Wayne. Does get a full scout as well. Gets eyes on the Stargate. So again, Stargate open into Oracle. Which is what we expect out of YoungYakov. Oracle's on the way. And Yakov is going Oracle into that third, into the mid game. And it's usually the mid game where YoungYakov can really thrive. That's where he can persevere. For now, just setting up. Likewise, Eva Chamber out of Wayne. This should lead into +1 melee into Ling Hydra. I say that earlier against Power, we did see Wayne go +1 melee into Ling Roach, so that is also an option. True. Option is available. Oracle gets forced back. Wayne keeping up. There's that melee upgrade. So far, there's no Roach Warren. So far, there's no Bailey Nest. We see how hard Wayne does commit. Meanwhile, there's that follow-up. Twilight Council is on the way. There should be a Forge momentarily. Currently, there is none. Bit of a shaky start here by YoungYakov. Throwing down extra gateways, actually. Okay. Extra gates on the way. No Forge, no +1, no upgrades. tells us that this is going to be more committed. Are we going into Glaives or Blink? What do you have for us? There it is. Blink is on the way. Oracles, they do hit the natural. So far, 3 drones, not bad. He gets a 4th, almost a 5th. Takes down 4 workers. Oh, gonna be pinned down. Aye, 1 not. Both Oracles do fall. That should not have happened. There was not enough dead space. And that comes with experience. That comes with the knowledge here. Actually, Ryung lost the medevac earlier today during the Sparkling Tunic Cup against Skillis. Did lose his medevac in the corner. Likewise, so does YoungYakov. And that is a brutal start. Now YoungYakov is taking up. We have a Forge, we have a Temple Archives into +1 Archons and Storm. Meanwhile, Wayne looking very comfortable. He is now getting to Hydras, Baneliness, Lair is now done. Getting to just Link Bane Hydra is Wayne's go-to. And the reality here is that there's nothing to threaten him. With the earlier tech and with the delayed Forge, I was about to assume that we're going for a 3-base all-in, but gases are being taken, which means that in YoungYakov he's building up towards a longer game state, which means he's stuck at home. And we do see that Wayne is free to do whatever he so pleases. He's droning. He's droning, he's mass expanding, he's spreading more creep. Like, so far, Wayne, he's getting out of hand, he's getting out of control, and the pressure's on YoungYakov to do something about it. But last he's down from 3 to 1 Oracle. So 1 Oracle here. Does hit the 4th. Denying some mining time. No major damage. Meanwhile, we just see that Wayne, I assume he was just going to go Ling Hydra and then be aggressive, but no, he's taking up into Hive and taking up into Lurkers as well. So he is taking up. Meanwhile, YoungYakov, instead of going to Skytos, going to Storm, and then going to double Robo production. Interesting. This does look like the beginning of a gateway composition into Storm, Archon, and Immortal. Very robust ground army. Rocks are being knocked down. Wayne busting through. But still getting ready here. The Hive is still on the way. Lurker Den just finished. So we're still a ways away from those Lurker upgrades. And that's a shade across the map. They do drag Wayne out of position. He's forced to race back home. Was caught out. Up. Shuts down the Adepts. Wayne regaining map control. Fleet beacons on the way for YoungYakov. Hoping to get into Skytos. Hoping to, but alas, Wayne is already here. He's going for the 4th base. He's going to knock it down. And there's no saving this. That's a kill. That's a kill, not a cancel. Base does full. Wayne here avoids the storms. And, I mean, this is one of the big features here of Frostline is how difficult it is to maintain a 4-base economy. It's just so exposed, so wide open. You saw how defendable the bases were on Abyssal Reef with that narrow choke point. That is not the case here. That's not the case here. Just massive entrance here towards that 4th, likewise towards the 3rd as well. We can see YoungYakov fully walling off with cannons, shield batteries, gateways, and stasis traps. Does fully wall. Despite that, Wayne can still try to break YoungYakov apart. And here they come. Here come the Lunkers. Now, what's important about this map is that we can try to break and try to collapse on top of the 4th base for a second time, or we can rotate and go straight down the middle. We can go straight down the middle instead, and wedge ourselves in between all the bases and go straight for the production, specifically the Robos. So Wayne has options. Does have options. Yo, I see Rex in the chat. Why are you awake? Este Rex. Ay, ay, ay. That's getting caught out. getting caught. Well, I just realized I never updated the title. My apologies. Lurkers moving in. Setting up. Pushing forward. And as he distracts the main army, ooh, decent storms. Wayne is getting ready on the right-hand side as well. Slipping to the mineral line. And last YoungYakov, he's not ready for this. Prism goes down to the spores. Prism does fall. The gateway's being depowered. Things they punish the economy. And YoungYakov is just being torn apart here. He just kind of holds on. Being dragged left and right. Mothership has arrived. There's a cloak, but there is detection. Damage continues. He's trying to go for that overseer. Alas, he just can't keep up. Not like this. Again, welcome to Frostline. These bases, they're just so indefensible. So difficult to maintain. And the fourth base is going to fall for the second time. I see Rex. Why are you awake right now? Rex. Why are you awake? Not like this. As 44 probes do fall. Again, the economy is crippled and we're all in. YoungYakov is completely all in at this point. Lurkers to engage. Lurkers on cooldown. Decent storms. Zoning back the army. Despite that, the Lurkers, they pop off. They shut down the Immortals. Another decent storm though. How about the Archons? They melt. They go down one after the other. There's nothing left here. GG gets called, and Wayne, he will shut down the all-in. Well, he forced the all-in, and Wayne will take the series 4-0, becoming this month's Fire Cup champion. GG. GG, well played, Wayne. He will claim the series, will advance on. Congratulations. Again, previously, this is a rematch. Wayne and YoungYakov, they faced off in the finals a couple of months ago in Fire Cup number 4, and YoungYakov had a very strong performance. But if you were there for that series, you would know that that was in the previous map pool. That was also in a more aggressive map pool as well. Smaller maps, shorter rush distance. Here, we had nothing but big maps. I'm a little bit shocked by the veto process and by the map order. For those that are curious here, let me just quickly double check. But game one was on King's Cove. Game 1 was on King's Cove. Game 2 Abyssal Reef. Game 3 Frostline. 3 large maps in the map pool. Because of that, the more aggressive nature of YoungYakov, we never got to see it. We never got to see it here. We never got to see the more dynamic style that we saw previously, where he's able to be in the face, be able to embrace Lingbane aggression on smaller maps like Whispers of Gold or even El Dorado, Ley Lines, Ultra Love. We just didn't get there. We just did not get there. Larger maps instead. And Wayne was in control. Wayne, he was just in control of the entire series. GG, well played. Very impressive play there by Wayne. And we have our champion. We have our champion. Congratulations. Quickly switching scenes over. Let's catch up on the bracket here, because the bracket tells an interesting story. Wayne looking strong, looking dominant. That is true, at least towards the end of the events. But it all began with our first series in the quarterfinals, which we did cast on the channel, which honestly should have gone the way of the Terran. It was Wayne versus Nicoract. Zooming in a little bit here, you can see Wayne versus Nicoract in the quarterfinals. We did cover this series, and I'll be honest, Nicoract was so close to winning 2-1. If you were here, if you weren't, I recommend the VODs. It was a very close start to the broadcast. Basically, Wayne went 2-base muta. Nicoract went 3cc 2-on-1. Nicoract, he was able to deal critical damage across the map. He forced an all-in out of Wayne, and Nicoract, he wasn't aware. Like, he forced an all-in, and Nicoract, he was taking a third base. He was moving out. He had no bunker. Like, he didn't realize he was being all-in. And if he had, it would have been a much stronger defense. And I can see a world where Nicoract defeats Wayne, and maybe we see a completely different tournament. But alas, Wayne, he barely clutched it out. He was able to catch Nicoract out in the open with the all-in, with the surround, and snowballed from there. And that led into the reign of dominance of Wayne. Did struggle in the beginning, but looking strong against Protoss and Zerg. Protoss and Zerg. Against Terran, less so, but last Nicoract did go down earlier on. Nicoract, he went down to MilkiCow in a TVT. And again, Wayne, he never played against MilkiCow in the playoff bracket. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Wayne, and a shout out to YoungYakov as well, because he played well for himself. It was not easy to work his way up through the lower brackets. Remember, we did see that YoungYakov, he went down 2-0 early on to power, but he fought back. He was able to fight back with the all-ins, to be fair. He all-in the hell out of power in that rematch in the lower bracket finals. He just cheesed the hell out of him game 1, game 2, and game 3. No macro, no standard game whatsoever in that series. We avoided it. Regardless, GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Wayne. And with that, that wraps up our second broadcast of the day. It's been an intense day of StarCraft. It is 7 a.m. It's 7 a.m. here in Australia. The sun is fully shining on us right now. And if you want some more StarCraft, we got you covered with our weekly schedule. Here we go. So we just wrapped up with the Sparkling Tuna Cup and with Fire Cup. You can see here at 9 p.m. KST that is going to be in over 12 hours time. We're going to be live with the Wardy TV Monday. Wardy TV Monday here is at 9 p.m. KST. Again, over 12 hours time. Be here for that event. It's going to be amazing, going to be beautiful. Again, Wardy does cast it, we cast it as well. We typically try to avoid each other for the most part. What I mean by that, whenever we cast the Wardy TV Monday, if Wardy goes for one series, we try to avoid it, and we try to go to the other side of the bracket to cover as much ground as possible and to broadcast as many matches to the public as we can as well. Eventually, we meet up towards the semis and finals, of course, but early on, we do try to avoid each other. Likewise, so that's going to be later on tonight. Likewise, tomorrow, Tuesday, we have the Pegasaur Monday. Pegasaur Monday is going to be in the morning. That's going to be in just over 24 hours time, and we have the OSC Season 12 Championship Tuesday evening as well. We have OSC, we have Code for Giants Cup, we have more OSC, Amantes, Little League Cup as well, Sea Duckling Open, and Sparkling Tuna Cup. You can see the schedule is a little bit emptier than usual, but I will be adding some broadcasts here. We will have a broadcast Thursday morning. That should be the Hormono versus Rebellion show match, best of 7 in StarCraft Evolution. So we will update the brackets, update the graphic, I should say. Likewise, Sunday morning we'll have another broadcast then as well. Sunday morning we'll have another broadcast. So yeah, with that, our schedule as always is full. We do have some time off on Wednesday though. This was an initiative that I wanted to bring to the table coming into the new year. Is for those that are curious, for those who don't know, welcome to the CranKy Ducklings. I know that Wardy gave us a raid earlier, so maybe we have some new viewers, but we have been casting daily here on the CranKy Ducklings for many, many years at this point, every single day. Plenty of content, as you can see, plenty of casting, plenty of StarCraft. Days off are a rarity. Days off are a rarity here. We had 2 days off in December, we had 1 day off in January, and that's pretty much it. We have a lot of casting, but because of that, and you know, I feel the need to like catch up, just because we only started casting like in 2017, and a lot of other casters, they of course had many years of a lead on us, so I feel the need to, like, you know, put in the work and put in the grind and just cast as much as possible. And I mean, nowadays we're even turning down some casting opportunities because there's just so much to cast and so much to cover every single day, multiple times a day. But because of that, like, my life is literally just sleep, eat, and cast. That's all I did for the past couple of years now, and it would be nice to have like a little bit of time to ourselves. So that's the plan on Wednesdays evening. We're leaving it free. We'll be just streaming, basically streaming on my own personal channel, whether it's laddering or playing other games like Final Fantasy. That is going to be the plan. And in general, coming into March, I do want to have a bit of a leaner schedule here, just so, you know, it would be nice to touch a little bit of grass, you know, to maybe hit the gym again, like pre-COVID. You know, I was in much better shape. Nowadays, less so. You know, I would like to get back into it, sort of thing, and have a social life of some kind outside of just StarCraft, which has been what we've been doing ever since COVID, basically. So yeah, that's gonna be the plan coming into March. Until then, though, just 2 casts a day, every day, baby, every day. Plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft. If you're interested, if you see something you like, then do check us out. Consider following us. Consider following us here on the social medias, whether it's Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. We upload VODs on a daily basis on our YouTube channel. We also co-stream on YouTube. We're live on Twitch. We're live on YouTube. We're live on TikTok. We're live on Facebook, on Kick as well. We're live on all the platforms. And there's plenty of VOD content as well. Plenty of content on the channel here. Again, to the point where I'm being forced to actively turn down some casting opportunities because our schedule's just so full. It's all the casting, all the StarCraft. Not like this. But again, coming into March should be a little bit leaner. Should be a little bit leaner coming into March. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. When I say leaner, I mean like 1 cast a day instead of 2 casts a day, sort of thing. That's the goal. That's the goal, at least. Until then, though, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Again, congratulations to Wayne. And this is a monthly tournament, so the Fire Cup number 7. We've been hosting it for 7 months now here in English. And of course, MilkiCow hosting it in his own native language. Big shout out to MilkiCow for organizing the event and for allowing us to cast, of course. And yeah, it's always a lot of fun. Always a great time here. It is a brutal time zone for us, just because, again, we're here in Australia, so it's a brutal time zone. The sleep schedule's ruined, but it's fine, Pappy. It's fine. We did make it in the end. GG, well played. Again, our next broadcast is going to be the War TV Monday, as well as the Pigastorm Monday on Tuesday as well. So we'll see you when we see you, whether it's the next broadcast or another broadcast at some point this week. I'm sure we'll find you at some point. I'm sure we'll catch you, as there's always plenty of StarCraft on the channel. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Who is live at the moment? Who can we raid? Who can we send everyone over to? My eyes are on Bomioja. I can see Bomioja's live. I think Sal just went live. Is he awake? Let's see. Lambo is laddering. Lambo streaming. Yeah, Sal just went live. We can give Sal some love. True. I believe Steadfast is casting the Hub Cup. Vintage Display. Oh, there's actually a lot of people streaming right now. Jeez, the Disc is live. Let's go. Haven't seen Disc in a while. We have options. Just Trigger is live. Trigger's awake. Jesus, it's like 5 a.m. in the morning in Korea. Oh my god. But we'll find someone. We'll find someone to raid. So give him some love. Give him some support. Jesus, we have options. We'll roll the dice. So give him a chance. Give him a chance. It's gonna be amazing. Gonna be beautiful. Yo, MilkiCow is live as well. So many people live right now. So yeah, with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We'll see you guys next time. Otherwise, you can help support us as well monetarily via Patreon if you wish. Exclamation Patreon in the chat. And you will get a link to our Patreon page. You can see our goal just underneath the schedule. And again, we do host events on a regular basis here. Bam, you can see these are the 3 events that are funded via Patreon. We have Sea Duckling Open, Sparkling Tuna Cup, and Master Swan Open as well. All funded via Patreon. So you can help us grow the events and help support the scene if you wish. Otherwise, a follow is all that we ask. With that, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time. We'll see you guys for the next broadcast. Otherwise, take care. Hasta luego. Ciao. Ciao, papi. Ciao. Hasta luego.